talk about so much that's going on, and I'm going to enjoy having this conversation with you because you are a great audience. You make this worthwhile. For those who have not seen the channel before, every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we go out and speak to you live to hear what you have to say from around the world. You can call in at 607-242-9247. You can reach us by tweets and chats and Facebook to leave your comments. Tell us what you think about the issues that are affecting us all. We do this because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in your rights to be able to speak up from anywhere in the world to tell us what you think about the issues that are affecting us all. And so we're looking forward to being able to have this conversation with you always. We're going to be covering a lot of stuff. As you can see in the chat, we mentioned we're going to be talking about 20 years in Iraq, 3 years of the pandemic, the anniversary, talking about China and its moves around the world, the Biden executive order on gun control here in the United States, and how that's going to affect red flag laws across the country. I want to talk about possibly either President Trump or Vladimir Putin, being arrested. There's so many things that we can talk about that are going to be affecting your life, and we believe it is important to hear what you have to say about each and every one of these issues, because the mainstream media will not have that conversation with you. They do not want you to think. They do not want you to have an opinion. They merely want you to obey. We disagree with that. We think your voice is important from anywhere in the world, even if your government doesn't agree, even if the internal overlords don't agree. In fact, especially if they don't agree. So we're going to be trying to have that conversation with you on so many of these questions. Now, of course, at any time, if you have something to say, leave us a comment, call into the program, tell us what you are thinking so we can share these thoughts with everyone. With that said, in that introduction, we do want to mention one other thing before we get started, and that is, of course, that tomorrow, it is March 20th at 7 p.m., I will be speaking at the Americans for the Restoration of the Constitution, the AFRTC. I will be at American Legion Post 80. It is in Binghamton, New York, on 76 Main Street, on upstairs. I will be speaking about what I believe could be the potential of a second civil war. I will be speaking about not World War III, but 3 regional wars happening simultaneously. And I will be taking questions from you, the public, about these issues so that you can give your input, so that you can be prepared on what potentially may be affecting all of our lives across the globe and across the United States. So I hope that you will be able to join us either live, in person, or that will be live streamed, and I hope you will be able to join in that. I hope you will find that to be as interesting as I expect it may well be. That is a free event, by the way. There is no cost. It's just open to the public. Anyone can come in, whether you have questions for me or you have questions about the subject. So I hope people will take advantage of that. There's so much to talk about today. There are so many things that are happening that are being suppressed by the major mainstream media. And that's whether or not, it doesn't matter what side of the politics you may be on, the issues are so strong and the government is so restrictive that we need to talk about these things. One of the things I want to mention to you is, do you realize that we are now into 2 decades in Iraq? You may have seen the news today. It's not a big deal. It's not big in the news, but it should be. That the United States has spent 20 years in the nation of Iraq in the Middle East. We have sent in troops. We have fought a war there. We continue to have 2,500 troops in Iraq to this day. This is after leaving Afghanistan. And this is even as we have 2,500 troops in Syria fighting in the Syrian civil war. But while sometimes we've heard about Syria, and we definitely heard about the retreat from Afghanistan, that failed attempt to, I don't even know what Biden was trying to achieve in that, besides a political win, which turned into a complete rout, displayed the weakness of the Biden-Harris administration on international policy, and encouraged Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran to escalate their actions around the world. Other than that, I don't know what else he thought he was going to get. We literally funded the first terrorist army in the world, literally, a nation ruled by the Taliban that is filled with ISIS and Al Qaeda that have gone on to terrorize the world, literally increasing terrorism in the world, literally increasing the global instability. But while all of that was happening, no one has talked about Iraq. It's not in the news. It's not being discussed. Nobody is aware of it. And I have to ask the question, why not? And this channel is as bad as anyone else. We really haven't been paying attention to Iraq. And that's possibly because there are only 2,500 troops there. But the big question that should be the first question, and as you noticed, is buried in the news, is the fact that why is the United States there? Well, the answer to that is to fight ISIS. That's the reason. We're fighting ISIS, and we're protecting the Kurds in Iraq, and we're trying to stabilize the Middle East. That's the reason. Going from the AP News, Iran's political influence and militia strength in Iraq and throughout the region has been a recurring security concern. So we're fighting against Iran in Iraq. The presence of American forces in Iraq makes it more difficult for Iran to move weapons across Iraq, through Syria, and into Lebanon. So we're protecting Israel. That's the other reason. We're trying to keep the Middle East peaceful, and we're trying to protect Israel. That's it. And those are the reasons why we have spent 20 years fighting in Iraq, why we have 2,500 troops still remaining there. That's not a great reason. To protect the Kurds, that's a nice thing. It's always great. But is that worth it? Let me ask you, do you think it's worth it to be in Iraq for 20 years, to continue to fight in a war? We've already pulled out of Afghanistan. Why are we in the Middle East? Why are we fighting in the Syrian civil war? How is that in the best interest of the United States and American troops? I don't know. I don't know that anyone else has any idea why this is in our best interest, that it's to our advantage. It doesn't make sense to me. Maybe it makes sense to you. And if it does make sense to you, I would love to hear your answer. No matter where you are in the world, reach out to us, leave us a text, a chat, or call in to 607-242-9247. Tell us, why do you think America needs to be in Iraq at this time? I know we have to protect the Kurds. We've said that we're going to do that, religious freedom. But at the same time, we've also enabled the PPK. That's something that a lot of people aren't aware of, which is considered by Turkey, considered by Iran, by Syria, to be a terrorist organization. It's very much like Al Qaeda back in the day when we had Saddam, Osama bin Laden, when we were funding him against the Russians in Afghanistan. And that wound up turning against us at the end of the day when Osama, after he successfully got rid of the Russians, then started attacking America. Well, the PPK is often seen the same way, that this will be the next group. If we are able to defeat ISIS, if we're able to remove Al Qaeda, if we're able to suppress the Taliban, many believe that the PPK will be the next group in the Middle East that will rise up and turn against America, a group we trained and that we have funded. So are we actually winning anything by being in in Iraq? Is that to our best interest? It's a big question. A question I don't think many people have been asking, and I think we should ask it. I think it's a very important question. So that's one of the big concerns and one of the news items that really isn't that popular around the world. Not that many people are talking about it, and I can't imagine why. And I'm pretty sure that, I'm not sure, and if someone can leave me a message, I'm not even sure that the channel, I know, has recently been facing a lot of suppression. We have had YouTube really make it difficult for people to see any of the messages. I've talked to several people. They're not even getting notifications that we're live. Please let me know if you are able to see this, because we've been beat up since the beginning of 2023, and they have been trying to silence us more and more than we have ever seen before. I don't know why. I imagine it's because we're trying to ask the questions that the mainstream media should be asking. But instead, the mainstream media is asking you to obey, to simply listen to the approved message and do nothing with it, to just blankly take in the headlines and never ask a question, never think for yourself. Just obey, just follow the approved message, and that's it. That's a terrifying prospect, that we are being trained to do nothing but be mindless slaves to the system, as the system gains more and more power, not just in the United States, but around the world. And so we're not supposed to ask why we are in Iraq. Is this serving the best interest of the United States? Is it worth it to continue to endanger our troops and to be involved in fights that honestly don't really have a lot to do with America? I don't think most people in America could point to a map and find Syria. They couldn't find Iraq or Afghanistan or Iran. We don't know where that is. We don't know what's happening in those fights or why those people are fighting. We don't know what's the benefit to the United States. Other than the altruism of protecting the Kurds, what else do we get from this? Now, it's said that we're protecting Israel, but are there other ways that we could protect Israel? Perhaps our actions with Iran might actually resolve the problem by itself, like not funding the Iran nuclear deal. By finally quashing that, by not moving forward with that, not continuing to have discussions, as we have seen that the Biden-Harris administration has done since day one. Since the first day that Biden got into office, they have been adamant in trying to negotiate with Iran to give them hundreds of billions of dollars that will be funneled into the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is the leading sponsor of terror in the world. Something that in 2016 we know was helping to increase global terror. I know that because then Secretary of State John Kerry told us as much on CNBC News, January 16th of 2016. Why would we want to continue to do that? Again, these are questions we should be asking that we're being told we can't ask. Why this channel is being suppressed? Because we're thinking about the consequences of the policies and saying, where's the leadership? Where's the plan? What's the end goal? What is our exit strategy, if there is one, from leaving Iraq, from leaving the Syrian civil war? What's the American exit strategy there? How do we get out of these wars? And should we be doing that sooner or later? No one knows. No one. Our allies in England, in Germany, France, Australia, Canada, they have no idea. This is so important that no one knows why we're doing this or how do we end this. All we know is that there is a continuation of the escalation. Iran is escalating its military. North Korea, China, Russia are escalating their militaries. We are seeing nations around the world, even Guam, as I will show you later in the program, even Guam and Iceland, they are escalating their militaries. The world is on an expansion, a militaristic expansion, meaning that we're getting closer and closer to 3 regional wars. We are getting closer to the entire face of the planet changing due to wars that maybe we could stop if we were ever to ask the question, what's the plan? Why are we doing this? Where is the leadership to tell us why we are doing these things and where we're going to go? I think it's very important. So we have to ask these questions, and we have to ask, what's going on with these arrest warrants that are out for Putin, that are out for Trump, that are out around the world? I mean, is this something that's going to benefit us? let's really look at this. Again, I don't know if this is being suppressed or not, and I think it is. But if it isn't, we need to ask these questions. We need to make sure that our leaders are asking these questions because they're critical. Critical. Let me go on. And by the way, if this is the first time that you're seeing the channel, at any point in time, you can always call in to ask a question. You can always contact us to bring up an issue or a question that you have, whether it's something we're covering or not. This is a conversation with you, the public. Even if it's being suppressed by the internet overlords, even if it's being suppressed by the U.S. military or news media, we want to have your voices heard. That's ultimately always the point of our conversation every Sunday as we do this at 2:30 p.m. So let me continue. Let's talk about what's happening. We know now, and it has just come out a day ago, that Vladimir Putin, as being reported by the BBC and the rest of the news media around the world, there is an arrest warrant that has been issued for Vladimir Putin. The International Criminal Court, the ICC, has now said that they want to arrest Vladimir Putin for war crimes, for what has happened in his invasion of the Ukraine, that he has gone beyond the realms of decency, of wartime decency, whatever that's supposed to mean, and that he has committed criminal acts. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that's actually going to mean anything? That this is any kind of deterrent for what Russia is doing? Because this isn't the first time that this has been mentioned. Again, just like we see in Iraq, where we've been there for 20 years, we have no plan, we have no exit strategy. Looking at what the ICC has done, the arrest warrant for Vladimir Putin, there is no exit strategy to this. This doesn't actually do anything, because at no point will Vladimir Putin be stopped from what he's trying to do. This isn't a new threat. This was a threat that was issued by Joe Biden back in the winter of 2021. He's already heard this before. He's already been told this before. So we have to ask the question, why is this happening now? How is this going to stop him? Because you can't just walk in with a couple of police officers and say, okay, Vladimir Putin, we arrest you, and the government of Russia is going to let us just haul you out of the Kremlin in Moscow and bring you to The Hague in Geneva, in Switzerland. It's not going to happen. So what do we really think this is about? Is it adding pressure to him? To do what? He's not going to lose power in Russia because of this. And he's never going to be extradited from Russia because of this. So other than getting some newspapers and to push an approved message from the United States and the world, it's not really doing anything to him. I mean, what are they achieving by this? What's the exit strategy? Why would he stop now? If he's already if there is already an arrest warrant for him for the war crimes he's already supposedly committed, then why would he stop? He's not going to get off. It's not like those charges are going to walk away. It's actions he's already done. There's no reason for him to feel that as pressure, separate of the pressure that has been put on sanctions on Russia, which have not worked, that there is an economic proxy war that is going on between NATO, Europe, and the United States. That's not stopped him. It's not stopped him that we've added weapons and munitions, and we're sending in people to train and advise the Ukrainian war effort, that we've put in tanks. We're about to put in fighter jets, and that includes presumably more and more NATO troops, which means U.S. troops. None of that has stopped him. So why in the world is an arrest warrant going to stop him? And let me ask you, do you think that this changes anything for him? Let me just type that out. I mean, so let's ask this question, a question that is not being asked of the mainstream media. Do you think that the Putin arrest warrant changes anything at all in terms of the Ukraine-Russia war, in terms of the proxy war, economic proxy war that's happening with Europe and the United States? Does that change the energy needs of Germany and the rest of Europe? Does that change anything? And if so, what is it changing? If so, what is it that it is in fact changing? Because I can't see anything that it does. It doesn't move the exit, the end of the war, any closer than what it was already going to be. This is a war that we were told would only last 1 month. Maybe at the worst, at the very beginning, a year ago, we were told, 2 years ago, a year ago, we were told this was a war that would be over in 6 months at the most. Here we are a year later, and we are still in this war. Why should we believe this is going to have any impact? What impact could it possibly have? And why isn't the rest of the news media asking you this? I mean, to me, it's a propaganda move. It's meant to make you feel like something is happening. It is meant to make you feel like governments are doing something, a term that we absolutely hate on this channel. We hate when politicians or nations say they are doing something without mentioning that it's ineffective, that it's inefficient, that it is not actually achieving a goal, and that there is no plan. There is no exit strategy, no end goal in place. It is meant to make you feel like something is happening, even though there is nothing of substance that has changed. I wonder, did they block us? Have they blocked our channel at this point? It looks like it. I can't tell. From the signal that I'm receiving, it looks like we're still transmitting, but at the same time, it looks like we may be blocked. Who knows? Even so, I'm going to continue to move forward. I won't let that stop us from being able to speak with you. If you don't see this during our live channel, then you'll be able to comment afterwards on Rumble or Twitter or Odyssey or one of the other channels. But let's continue to move forward. So Putin's arrest warrant doesn't make sense to me. I mean, it's rah, rah, cheer, red meat to the masses, but it has no impact. And of course, the Biden administration thinks it's a great idea. Not that there's any reason to believe it's a great idea, that it actually does anything. But at the same time that it comes out at the same time that we are seeing increased tensions around the world. Recently, a Russian jet fighter was crashed into and knocked out of the sky a U.S. drone. Now, we were told that this is increasing the tensions between the United States and Russia. No, it's really not. We've been fighting a proxy war and an economic war for over a year. It was 2 years ago that we saw that Joe Biden said, almost by news media, said that Vladimir Putin is a killer. Even though when he was in face with Vladimir Putin, he backed down from those statements. He wasn't willing to say to Putin's face that he was a killer, at least not on international news at a G20 summit. So that again showed that Joe Biden was weak. He wasn't willing to say to Putin's face on international news media that Putin was a killer, but he was happy to say that on U.S. domestic news, which of course helped his base to make it look like he was a strong leader. That's not the result that we saw. So tensions have always existed since the day that Joe Biden got in office. Actually, they've existed from back when Joe Biden was the vice president under the Obama administration, when the Obama-Biden administration was having conflict with Russia, when they failed to stop Russia from going into the Ukraine and going into Soviet Georgia and trying to take those countries over. They were always ineffective. They have never had an impact on Putin or his designs. So why do we think any of this is new? So this fighter jet, the conflict between a Russian jet and a U.S. drone over the Black Sea isn't increasing tensions, it is a continuation. But why do we see so much news about it? Why is it such a big deal? CNN Politics is talking about it. We've seen this in the U.S. news. And we're being told that this is something that could cause us to go to World War III. Again, this won't cause World War III. It may increase the regional war in Europe, increasing the number of troops in NATO fighting, but it won't directly change anything because there's no impact. We lost a drone. Big deal. We lose lots of drones. A drone isn't a U.S. fighter pilot. And the conflict, it's obvious that Russia isn't afraid of the United States. We know this. We know this because we can see what they did. In fact, here's video of the event coming from the U.S. Department of Defense, as you can see. The plane, what you're seeing on the screen right now, is a Russian fighter. This is an Su-25 fighter, 27. And this plume you see in the background that's coming from that fighter, that's jet fuel. And that jet fuel is being laid out so that it can clog the drone to try and cause it to fail from being able to fly and to cause it to crash. And you'll see what happens with that as we continue. So you see the jet coming on by, and the plume, well, that's the fuel, and I want to stop right there. As you can see, the fuel doused the drone and caused its engine, which is a jet engine, to clog and to fail. The engine, you can see the propeller has slowed down significantly, and it's disabled the ability of this drone to fly. And we'll continue to show what else happened. Again, this is from the Department of Defense. We can see the damage that has happened so far. The engine has basically stalled out. Now, this happened more than once. The fighter jet, the Russian jet, did this at least 2 or 3 times, and we believe that this was the moment in which the plane's wings, the fighter jet, and the wings of the drone were contacted, and the drone, which was already had its engine disabled, fell out the sky. So here's the big question about that. Is that worth going to war over? Will the United States commit its troops to send your sons, your daughters, your brothers and sisters, your dads and your moms? Would you want someone to go fight in a war and die because a drone, an unmanned drone, fell out the sky? Would you want to do that? I think that's an important question. Happy Life, it's good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Happy Life, can you tell me, are you able to see the channel all right? Because I'm getting a signal. It looks like Facebook is doing something, that Twitter is doing something, YouTube, that they're suppressing this. Please let me know if you can see everything properly. But here's my question. I'm looking at, and I'll ask you, Happy Life. This is a question, and we're talking about the drone. We're talking about the footage that we have just seen from the drone, and I'll show it again, where we can see that this is a Russian fighter. It's disabled and knocked out the sky, a U.S. drone. And here's the question. Would you want to commit your brother, your sister, your dad, your mom, your friends that you've grown up with? Would you want to see them fight in a war and possibly die because a drone fell out the sky? And thank you for confirming that it does seem like the signal is going through fine at this time. But, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, Happy Life, but I do want to ask people, is it worth it? Because we're being told by CNN, we're being told by the international news media that this is somehow increasing tensions, that this is making the situation worse because the fighter knocked down a drone. Exactly. As you say, absolutely not. A drone is not worth a land war. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't other reasons to go to war. I don't think there's any reason for the United States to go to war in the Ukraine. And when I say that, I mean having troops on the ground. I don't see a reason for this. other than the fact that we are seeing things escalate. But yet we are being told more and more that we need to be involved, that we need to escalate from just an economic proxy war to have an on-the-ground fighting war. And I think I know the reason why they're doing that. The reason why they're saying this is because with the introduction of U.S. tanks and German Leopard 2 tanks into Ukraine, with the introduction of fighter planes into the Ukraine doesn't have the ability to train the people needed to maintain and to use these weapons, that the Ukraine needs some additional forces. And that's going to come from NATO, which means that's about 80% U.S. troops. And so to justify putting U.S. troops, otherwise called advisors, as they were called in Vietnam, advisors as they were called in Afghanistan, in Iraq, then these advisors are going to go in, and if they get under fire, well, that's a justification for having more U.S. troops involved on the ground in the Ukraine. This is a precursor and an excuse to increase and escalate the militarization of NATO, the European Union, and the United States. This is a signal that they want to get ready for more war. That's my belief. Now, people, if you disagree, I'm perfectly happy to hear your reasoning. I want to hear what other people have to say. But what the news media isn't telling us in this fever to get us ready for war, to get us angry, I think this is all preparation to have troops on the ground. This is part of the excuse because Ukraine can't train people to run an M1 Abrams, a Leopard 2 tank, train them to be able to fix these and fight a war at the same time. They can't. They don't have the personnel. They don't have the facilities. They don't have the time. But they can take in advisors from the U.S. and NATO and Europe and have them on the ground to do that for them. And if they're doing that for them, then we have to justify the risk. We have to give a reason to the American people why we're sending your sons, your daughters, your dads, your moms, your friends to war. And again, just like what we see in Iraq, there is no exit strategy from this. Again, going back to the article from the AP News, 20 years later in Iraq, there is no end strategy. Looking at Syria, there is no end strategy. We have no out on this. And if we are increasing our troops because a drone was attacked...
This mistake is costing...
Sorry. Because a drone was attacked, well, then no one's going to go for that. It doesn't make any sense, at least not to me. I'll show you another image of what I'm talking about here. This is, again, another image of this drone. And we're hearing, as you see from the news coverage, and this is from 13 News Now, they're trying to justify how, because this happened over the Black Sea, because Russia is fighting with the Ukraine, that somehow the United States is supposed to be here, but they don't answer the question, why should we care? Why should we care? And I think this is an important question. Now, again, if there is anyone out there who can tell me how this is part of a plan by the Biden-Harris administration, how this is going to benefit the United States, how this even involves the United States' interests around the world, please let me know. Because I don't see it. And I need to question this. Because it is being propped up by local news stations, by international news media. We're being told that this is the big threat that we are facing at this time. And realistically, it's not. What's the big threat? We see that the United Kingdom, Germany, that NATO is intercepting Russian planes, in this case a fuel or refueling tanker, is entering into or approaching Estonian airspace, that they're threatening Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia. At the same time that, as we were talking about last week, we know that Russian agents are going into Moldova, and they are trying to interfere with that government and its operations to try and either set up a coup or to and create puppets in the government of Moldova to help the Russians expand beyond just the Ukraine, but closer to Europe itself, as they are threatening Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, which means Poland is in danger, something that a year ago we were able to identify and say that the Russians were always looking to get access to the Black Sea, to get control over fertilizer and food and uranium in Ukraine, and to give them an opportunity to take over the Baltic and get access to the Baltic Sea. Russia is expanding. That's a bigger threat and more of a concern than whether or not a drone fell out the sky. But again, we still don't have a plan. We still don't have a way to combat that or to deal with it, other than continuing to escalate into a regional war, something that Poland has been preparing for since day one, something that Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia have been warning about since day one, since the moment in December of 2021 when Joe Biden said the answer was to do appeasement, to copy what Neville Chamberlain did in 1938 with the German Nazis, that to just appease Russia, to give them the land, the eastern portion of the Ukraine, to give them access to the Black Sea as a way to appease them, which Joe Biden said in December of 2021. That was his first reaction. That was his initial plan. Not to have an economic war, but to appease Russia. And that was the only plan that we've been given. And now look at where we are. I think this is important. I know it's international news and not a lot of people are paying attention to this, but it is directly affecting us because we are about to be sending our brothers and sisters, our moms, our dads, our friends into a ground war. Because that's the only thing that seems to be happening right now. I can't point to anything else and say, well, this makes sense. I can't point to anything else and say, well, there's another plan in place. It seems to be just reactions. The United States, NATO, the United Kingdom, we're just reacting to all of this. Aubrey Chan. Hello, Aubrey. Thank you for joining the channel. I thank you for your comment. Aubrey Chan says, if Trump gets arrested, do I still get reparations? That's an interesting question. And Aubrey, I was planning to talk about that a little bit later, but since you're bringing that up, let me put it in context. Just in the same way that we were talking about Putin being arrested, does it make any sense about President Trump getting arrested? Will that have any impact? Is it going to benefit anyone? Why is it happening? The only answer that we have about President Trump getting arrested is it's about politics, which seems to be the dominant, preeminent thought in the Biden-Harris administration. We see that Democrats have been demonizing President Trump since 2016. They have thrown in, this isn't the first trial, this isn't the first accusation of criminal activity that has been presented about President Trump. In fact, nonstop. Since 2016, he has been under accusation of some form of crime every single day, it seems, to this day. It's been 5 years, 6 years. He's still under various accusations of criminal activity. None have ever been proven, not once. So Trump is getting arrested. Does that change anything in America? Does that change any aspect of what we're doing overseas, about the increasing militarization of the world, of the degrading of peace and stability and safety in the world? No. Does that change the 2024 election? Not really. President Trump can still run. And he has even more reason. Now, I'll get into the program a little bit later, talking directly about your question about him being arrested and potentially any protests that will be happening. And Aubrey, to answer your question about reparations, well, that's something in California. That is quite honestly, that idea of reparations coming out of San Francisco, out of California, out of the progressive movement, it's not realistic. I don't believe it's realistic at all. I believe the concept is they know San Francisco, the city of San Francisco, the state of California, they know they can't afford to do what they're saying. They can't pay $5 million per black person just because they're black and happen to be in California for reparations of the Civil War when California wasn't part of the United States, didn't have slavery. They know that. But what they do think is that they're going to put these reparations, it's a political move. They want to say, oh, we are such good people. We're such great progressives. We're going to help the economic inequality by giving black people $5 million just because of the color of their skin that they can't possibly afford. And they know that Republicans will go, we can't afford this, and there's no good reason to do this. It doesn't achieve anything, and we can't afford it. It's going to increase inflation, and it's going to actually hurt poor people more than anything else. And so they're going to not allow this. The Republicans will say, this is bad fiscal policy. And so the progressives, the Democrats, will be able to turn around in the next series of elections and go, see, the Republicans are evil. They stopped you from getting free money, from being multimillionaires. They're so evil and bad, don't vote for them. This is an election tactic. They are using people's emotions against them to benefit a political ideology. It's completely abusive. Completely abusive. And if someone thinks that I am wrong about that, I'm happy to hear why. User has been banned, has joined us. Hello, user. Thank you for joining us. And I see user's banned says, if they go through with that $5 million thing in San Francisco, it will affect the rest of us around the country when San Francisco needs to be bailed out. Well, not only San Francisco, but California. It deepens their absolute deficit and their debt. They're going to bankrupt the city and the state. It is impractical. Again, it will never happen. The Democrats are absolutely sure, the progressives are absolutely sure that no one who has any concept of economics will allow this to happen because it will bankrupt them. And there is no reason to do it other than political pandering. So they are doing this because they know they will be stopped. They know that it can't happen because it is illogical and impractical. And so they never intend to be able to give out this money. This is never this isn't realistic. They know it's not realistic. They're using black people, they're using Americans on the concept of free money to get votes. It's a gimmick. And I think people should be very upset. Whether you're black or Hispanic, you're a minority or you're not, you should be pissed off if you're an American to see how they are blatantly using and abusing you. They're using this concept of free money. This money's just going to be coming from nowhere. Who's paying for it? Where's that $5 million coming from per person? Think about it. If there's only 100 people, that's $500 million. That's on just 100 people getting this money. If there's $5 million per black person in San Francisco, and God knows how they're trying to structure that. What day do you have to be in San Francisco? How long have you to been a San Francisco native? Do you have to be an American? And if so, how do you prove that? Okay, so let's assume that whatever it is, if it's 1,000 black people that they give $5 million to, out of a population of tens of thousands of black people in San Francisco, if only 1,000, 1% of those people were to get this $5 million, that's $5 billion. Where's the money coming from? Graham mentions that I read somewhere that the California $5 million reparations will be distributed to individuals who qualify in amounts of $100,000. Graham, it doesn't matter. And even let's assume that you are correct, that it's not a $5 million one-time upfront payment. Let's assume that it's $100,000 per year over multiple years. Fantastic. They still can't afford that. Again, at 1,000, let's say it's $100,000 times 1,000 people, okay? That's $100 million just for 1,000 people. $100 million that's coming from nowhere. That's just money coming from nowhere going through San Francisco to a bunch of people that they can't afford. That means taxes have to go up in San Francisco, if not the state of California. That means poor people are going to be hurt. That's just crazy. Now think about that. You're going to hurt the poor and increase the inflation in the city of San Francisco, which means people will leave San Francisco, business owners, small business owners, more affluent, wealthy people, and they're going to leave San Francisco because they don't want to pay the taxes that they will never get back, that doesn't benefit them. They're going to leave. And we've seen that in New York State. We've seen that in California for the last 15 years. That's why California and New York lead the nation in people leaving the state, because the taxes are too high. They get no benefit, although if you're an illegal alien, if you're in a protected target group of progressives, yeah, you're supposedly getting free money, but everyone else is paying for it. Everyone else is getting poorer and poorer. So they're leaving these states, they're leaving these cities, which means that taxes go up and the poor people get hurt even worse. So again, this isn't a benefit. Now, Graham goes on to say, what if California state government comes up with some gimmick, like offering $100,000 as a down payment on a house, as a way of delivering reparations while also combating homelessness? They already have that. The program in New York is a program in California. It's actually a program in multiple states where you get a highly discounted opportunity to buy a home, to renovate that home, and to bring it up to code standards. We see that even in my Broome County, which has about 40,000. We have a population of about 40,000. It used to be 80,000 back in the 1980s. About half the homes and living spaces are abandoned in this city. And there are discounts on buying those abandoned houses and to renovate them. And people don't have the money. And there's no economy, there's no small businesses that can support that because the regulations of the state, the taxes, are too high. It's not beneficial to, literally, in California, New York right now, it's not in your best interest to have a family in these states. And you can say the same thing about Illinois and Maryland and Delaware and New Jersey and all of the Democratic strongholds. You're really not better off having a family. To grow, to live, have your family live and grow in these states. The taxes are too high. The benefits are too low. Even if you're in a protected group or one of the target groups of the progressives, you're dealing with higher crime, lower jobs, and a lower quality of life versus other areas. So you're not winning anything. And if it was about homelessness, well, they've had this opportunity to fix the homeless problem for 2 decades. And they're not doing it. They have no interest in that. They don't care. Nancy Pelosi's district has homeless people and has had these homeless people for over a decade. They've been defecating on the streets for, 5 years? That it's been public news? And Nancy Pelosi doesn't care. She's not trying to get more money to fix that. She hasn't offered to build homeless shelters. They've largely ignored the issue and said, well, there's other things that are more important. We'll get to that eventually. So, no, I don't believe that that's a way, Graham, to answer your question. I don't think that is an incentive, especially when an incentive that already doesn't seem to be an answer and is already something that they've never done, is now targeted, and you're isolating that only to people of a specific skin color, which is racist. Now you're not saying, well, we're going to help everyone. We're going to help the people of a specific skin color above and beyond anyone else. which is more inequality. That's not balancing inequality, that's increasing the amount of inequality because of equity. And that makes, and imagine if you're poor and you happen to be white or Hispanic or Asian, and you're homeless, and someone who happens to be black or a brown skin, and they get a home, and you get to live on the street, and you ask for, well, why isn't anyone helping me? You're the wrong skin color. You're not important enough in the equity for us to help you. So we're going to leave you on the street as these people get a house. Do you think that's making things better, or is that going to make people worse off? Do you think that's going to make people more divided and more angry and increase the potential of a second civil war? Or do you think that's going to make people feel like everything's great? Which one is more likely in your opinion? Now, User has been banned says, I know some who refuse to get married because they don't want to lose the benefits. It's insane. Again, they've created a system where the least intelligent thing, the least beneficial thing, is the thing that they want you to do, because politicians have done something. You will never hear me not say that that is a horrible. When you hear a politician say, we're doing something, and they don't mention how it's effective or how it's efficient, if they can't tell you how it's going to benefit your life 5 years from today, then trust me, they're not doing anything for you. They're doing something for their next election because they want to get reelected. They want more donations. They don't care about you. If this was such a benefit, they'd be able to tell you how it's going to help you today and in the future. But they don't, because they can't, because they don't care. It's not about actually helping people. It's about getting them through the next reelection cycle. Again, if there is any Democrat, if there is any elected Democrat across the United States, if there is a candidate that is a Democrat or progressive across the United States, and you disagree with what I'm saying, you think that I am wrong, call into 607-242-9247 and tell me why. If you are in California and you're offering some of these plans, if you're from San Francisco, an elected official, and you want to justify how you're going to pay $5 million to black people, no matter how it's done, and you think it's a benefit to the city of San Francisco, the people of California, or the United States, call into this program, 607-242-9247. I will give you all the time that you need to be able to explain why I am wrong in anything and everything that I have said. I will listen to you with respect, and I will give you all the time. I am not like the major news media. I'm not going to restrict you to a minute and a half and a quote. I'm not going to interrupt you or take you out of context. I will respectfully listen to your argument and let you try and explain to me how I am wrong. That is an opportunity I give to all politicians across the United States and candidates of every political party. And I almost never get to hear from anyone because they're all terrified to actually answer serious questions, hard questions, because they know that if they have to face a tough question, they will be exposed for just doing, quote, doing something and playing politics, trying to get elected. That's it. They have no substance behind this talk of free money, of equality, of diversity. There's nothing to that besides an election scheme. And it's not to the benefit of the American people. Mind you, folks, we're going to get back to Trump potentially being arrested in a moment. We're not done with that. There's more to that, and we will have more of that conversation a bit later in the show. Graham also mentions, and let me catch up here. So Graham agrees with most of the objections that I'm raising. It just seems to him that our country is dividing into red states and blue states, where red states are adopting, generally speaking, a more conservative economic policy, and blue states are adopting liberal economic policies like free money, because that's the best set of solutions they can come up with without rolling back major parts of their respective state legal economic frameworks. Yes, that's essentially true. Red states are becoming more conservative, blue states are becoming more progressive, and along with that goes the economic policies. Yes, we are seeing the United States divide, not just on a state level, not just on a city level, but in a neighborhood level, which is why we are getting closer and closer, I believe, to a second civil war, because we are becoming more and more divided. And when we look at some of the progressive ideology and what they are promoting, it isn't fiscally responsible. It doesn't work. In fact, it is counterproductive. When you actually look at their ideas, you see that they actually hurt people. Printing money forever, as Andrew Yang and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, they've all supported this idea, and you're seeing that in San Francisco right now. We're just going to print money forever. That makes poor people more poor. It makes life more difficult. It actually hurts poor people more than it helps. It sounds counterintuitive, except you forget there's a thing called inflation. The more money you print, the less your money is worth. We have seen this. Examples like the Weimar Republic, like the 1980s in South America, all of the banana republics. They printed tons of money. It was worthless. It would take wheelbarrows to be able to get a loaf of bread, wheelbarrows full of money. So printing money isn't a solution. And God forbid if someone at some point says, okay, and pay your debt, pay your loan to the cities or those states, they go bankrupt. So it doesn't actually work. Yes, and very much so. It's a discussion, as usual has been banned, amongst the states of the choice is, do we teach you how to fish, or do we give you a fish? New York State, California, Illinois, Delaware, New Jersey, many of the progressive blue states are trying to just constantly give people fish, not to teach them how to fish, how to do this for themselves. So that's the problem. And that progressive ideology, I think Margaret Thatcher said it, socialism works fantastic as long as you have money from someone else's pocket. And when that money runs out, socialism fails. And we have seen that example everywhere in the world. Everywhere that we have seen socialism, it has always failed when it runs out of taking money from other people every single time. And the only place where it seems to be continuing at the moment is China, which has been communist less than the Soviet Union, which failed after 75 years. China is around 60 years, and it is even showing cracks in the system, and they have had to adopt more and more capitalist policies because the socialist policies have failed everywhere, always, every time. And the idea of printing more money is yet another example of a failed policy that has never worked anywhere in the world, anytime it has ever been used. It is a tactic to get votes. And it is meant only to buy votes on an empty promise that actually hurts people. Again, if there is any Democratic politician or candidate that would like to refute what I am saying, call into 607-242-9247, and I will give you all the time you need to try and refute what I am saying. But I can point to the evidence historically and currently that it has always failed. These policies never work. They always hurt people. Even the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, will tell you that these policies are going to fail and hurt poor people, hurt Black and Hispanic and minorities. It will hurt them disproportionately. And therefore, this is a bad idea, which is why they will never actually tell you how this will help you in year 5. They'll tell you tomorrow you'll be fantastic. You'll have $5 million. Fantastic. What happens in 5 years? What happens to the city? What happens to the cost of goods? What happens to the poor people in 5 years? Are they still going to be happy? Is everyone still going to be making money? Is everyone going to be living a good life? No, of course not. They know that, which is why they won't tell you what will happen in 5 years. They don't want you to think about the consequence They just want you to feel good that second, long enough to get to the next election and to vote them in office, or to demonize the other political party for not letting them do something stupid that is going to hurt the city and the state and hurt the poor people. So the guys who are actually helping the poor people by not implementing these really useless ideas are actually turned into the bad guys because, well, I didn't get free money. I would have got it if it weren't for those damn Republicans. Because you're not supposed to think. You're supposed to obey. You're supposed to go with your feelings, not thinking through logic. You're never supposed to ask the question, and then what happens? I love to ask that, and then what? I've had lots of people who've worked as interns for me, and I always tell them, when you're writing an article, when you're doing research, I want to understand, and then what? Don't just tell me the headline, and then what happens? Because that's what's important. If we can't figure out, and then what happens, then it's useless. I don't care whether it's a Republican idea, a Democratic idea, progressive or conservative. It's useless. The idea is useless if you can't answer, and then what happens? Especially if they don't want you to think about, and then what happens? Which brings me back to what we were talking about earlier, when we're talking about what's happening in the world right now, with the world militarizing, when the escalation of war and preparations for war around the world, which is not World War III. It is 3 regional wars. When you see people telling you, we're about to go to World War III, we're on the edge of World War III, that is fear-mongering. That is people who are trying to abuse your better instincts. And so what we are seeing is an increase towards 3 regional wars. We see that China, Russia, Iran are having joint military drills in the Gulf of Oman. Remember last week when I told you that it's Russia and China are having joint military exercises in South Africa? And now we see that they're doing this in Oman. Do you notice it's the same set of countries? China, North Korea, Iran, Russia are all working together against the United States. They are militarizing all at the same time. And we are seeing this across the globe. And that is that's why Australia is now getting subs or hoping to build subs with the United States. Why we are seeing countries like Guam, where is it? Why this is one aspect of it, and where is it? And also we see, I just want to lay this out for you. In Brazil, China has 240 business representatives. Brazil is making deals with China because China is militarizing. We have in Honduras is looking to work with China because they don't trust America to protect them, because China is militarizing. And we are seeing that more and more. We are seeing that Guam in the Pacific, the Pacific, Guam, is looking to militarize and to be able to defend themselves, and they are preparing for war in 2024. We are seeing this across the world. This isn't a new thing. The world is reacting. We are seeing in Guam that they're building up the militaries. In South America, China is taking over. China is expanding its abilities in all these nations around the world. They are having military exercises across the globe with nations that we have never noticed them work with before, with Russia, with Iran, with North Korea, threatening U.S. allies, NATO allies. And we're seeing all the world militarize because of it, because everyone's saying that we are getting closer, not to World War III, but 3 regional wars. And no one trusts that the United States is able to defend them. China would not go to South America and make deals with South America if they thought the United States was strong enough to push them out. It's like what happened with Cuba. When the United States stood up to Russia putting missiles in Cuba, they backed off from South America. They backed off from Central America. They backed off from North and South American continents because America was too strong. America was going to react. And when America got weak, when America stopped paying attention, they came back. The United States is failing in Africa. China has all the deals with rare earth metals, with the heavy metals that are required for the green energy movement. China has already made those deals decades ago under the Obama administration because America ignored Africa. Now we now realize that for the green energy movement, to build the solar panels, to build the windmills, we need deals with Africa, and all the deals were already made with China. China is beating us. And they're militarizing those nations. The only threat to China, and the only one who has a threat to China in Africa, is ISIS. The terrorists are the only ones who are a real threat to Chinese government control. And who is working with China in Africa? Iran. I know, no one's told you to ever think about this. No one has ever presented this is international news. This is information that you are able to see for yourself. This is coming, when I'm showing you this is coming from the Wall Street Journal, the Gulf of Oman. This is coming from the Voice of America. And this is coming from information from Reuters. Okay? I'm not making this up. This isn't right-leaning news. This is from the left-leaning news media. 90% of everything I tell you and show you on this program comes from left-leaning news media. This isn't right bias. This is the news. This is the news the left is putting out around the world. What they're not asking you to do is to think about it. They're telling you, just accept us, just trust us, just obey. Don't think. And I'm telling you, you need to think about it. Because when you think about it and ask questions about it, you get better leadership and you get a better result. If you just obey, you will always be in the worst position. You will always be taken advantage of. User's Been Banned says, the fact that Japan wants to get away from the pacifist policies and attaining nuclear weapons is a giant red flag. Well, as we've identified on this program many times, and we've done individual videos on this as well, we saw the reason why Japan has broken a 1960s U.S. treaty, the longest unchanged treaty in the history of the world. The 1960 U.S.-Japan treaty, which said that the United States will be the military for Japan and will protect Japan, is the longest international treaty that has never been changed. And Japan, unilaterally, on their own, made a decision and said, we're building a military, spending $325 billion. In 5 years, they will have an offensive armed military, not counting on the United States. That tells you they made that decision, and then 2 weeks after the fact, Joe Biden went to Japan and said, hey, this is a great idea. The United States supports it. Yeah, Joe Biden had no choice. The United States had no influence. And the only reason why this would happen is because Japan doesn't believe that the United States can or will defend them from China, and they are scared. So Japan is going to make its own army because they don't think America will do anything, because there is no leadership and there is no reason to believe that a Biden-Harris administration will defend them. Same thing for South Korea. That's why they're becoming the number 4 largest arms manufacturer in the world. They are currently number 7. They're going, within 3 years, they will be number 4. Why? Because they're building up their military. Because they don't trust the United States to protect them from North Korea or from China. That's just the facts that are on the ground that have been reported in international news media, but you're not being told that by CNN. MSNBC won't mention this. You won't see this in ABC News or The Times. They won't put these things into context and tell you that Southeast Asia is one of the next 2-3 regional wars. That is a regional war that is getting set up. And according to Japan, according to the Philippines, according to Guam, according to South Korea, they expect that war before 2027. They're expecting this war to happen somewhere between today and roughly 2028. They know that war is coming, and they know that the United States, especially under a Biden-Harris administration, will not do anything, or if they try to, that they will be ineffective. And you may say to me, well, Mike, how could you possibly know that? Because we're still fighting in Iraq 20 years later, and we have no idea why. Because we're fighting in Syria, we don't know why. And we don't have an exit plan for any of them. We don't have an exit plan for the Ukraine. And most of all, and the most important signal to everyone in the world was what Joe Biden and the Biden-Harris administration did about Afghanistan. It's not that the United States ran away from the Taliban, a couple thousand people fighting out of caves with rifles. That wasn't the problem. No, it's not that we gave up, and it's not even that we left the Taliban enough weapons, enough ammunition, and enough money and bases that have been built up that they were able to create the first terrorist army of the world. No, that's not the signal that told them America was weak and could not be trusted. The world realized that Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, the Biden administration, Democrats and progressives in America were untrustworthy was the fact that we left 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan to this day. And we won't even talk about it. That we gave up 10,000 Americans into Ukraine, told to Lester Holt on NBC News, to the world in February of 2022 that those Americans will be abandoned, that they have to figure out their own way home, including their children, and that even if Russia attacks Ukraine and attacks those Americans into Ukraine, American children are attacked into Ukraine, the Biden-Harris administration will do nothing for them. You don't have to believe me. Look up the interview with Lester Holt and Joe Biden in February of 2022, and you will see for yourself that's what he said. That's a fact. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with right or left. He said that after already saying that those Americans in Afghanistan, they don't exist anymore. We just threw them away. And when the world sees that the United States won't protect its own people, right or wrong, I don't care. Whether you think we're the good guys or the bad guys in this situation is immaterial. It means nothing. If we're not willing to protect our civilians and our civilian children, why the hell are we going to protect Japan, Korea, Guam, Germany, anyone else? Who are we going to protect? No one. And that means the world is more likely to have wars than not. It means that there's more terrorism in the world. And demonstrably, it is demonstrable that since Joe Biden got in office and immediately after Afghanistan, and then his comments about the Ukraine and Americans in Afghanistan and Ukraine, immediately after those events, we saw the world escalate in terms of militarization. We saw that the world increased in the amount of global terror, that we have seen an increase in instability growing in the world. It is demonstrable. It is, you could graph it out. You can show nation by nation, region by region, how things got worse instantly after each of those events happened. Because the trust and faith and belief that the United States has a strong leader, that the United States has a plan, that the United States will defend its allies and its interests evaporated in the world. And that's why we're getting closer to 3 regional wars. That's why we're getting closer to a civil war in the United States. Because everyone in the world sees the signs and they know what it means. This is an opportunity, and given an opportunity, Nations will act. Groups of people will act, and they are. Again, this is demonstrable. We have shown this for years now on this program. You can go back and look at the videos. Go into our YouTube channel or on BitChute or on Odyssey or on Rumble and type in the keywords under the videos we've done. You will see over and over again, we have shown you, here's the situation and here's the consequence. Here is what is happening, and we have been able to predict it. You can too. So when we are telling you right now that the problem isn't whether or not a drone was shot down in the Black Sea by Russia, that's not important. That's not going to make us closer to a war. That is a byproduct of the fact that Russia doesn't fear Joe Biden. That Russia isn't afraid of NATO. That they have a plan, and that plan includes the fact that Joe Biden isn't willing to move forward in a significant manner, even as we see NATO getting closer and closer to putting troops on the ground in the Ukraine, which will escalate that war. And that's a problem. That's a problem for all of us, because we don't have a plan on how to win. We don't have an exit strategy. You have never heard the Biden-Harris administration or NATO mention how they get out of the Ukraine war. They have no idea how to recoup the hundreds of billions of dollars that are being pumped into the Ukraine. They have no idea how this ends. It's that simple. And if you think I am wrong about that, ask any elected Democrat and or ask any Republican, how does the Ukraine war end? What does the United States get at the end of that war? Whether the Ukraine wins or loses, what do we get? What is the situation? Oh, Graham, call in anytime. Anyone can call in at any time and ask any question. The show is open. That's why we have the phone number, 607-242-9247. Don't wait, just call in. World of Wisdom, hello, and thank you for joining the program. Thank you for your comment. World of Wisdom asks, we're about to have an economic collapse. Credit Suisse just went under, and UBS brought them. The chips will keep falling. Hello, and thank you for calling in to No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael Voss. May I ask, what's your first name?
It's Graham. Hey, what's up, Michael? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you fine. Hi, Graham. Thank you for calling in.
All right. Yeah, dude. So have you heard Jordan Peterson ever talk about generally some psychological differences between liberal leaning voters versus conservative leaning voters? Specifically, and I might butcher what he says specifically about this, but he basically says that liberal voters tend to be psychologically more higher in like trait openness, like they're open to new ideas, and they're generally more creative. They like to try to find more creative solutions. And then that leads them to sort of be like emotionally like more compassionate, you know, like, oh, let's help the poor more. And, you know, let's increase my taxes, but go ahead as long as they go to a good cause and lift other people up. And then getting to the conservative side, like conservatives are higher, generally speaking, in trait conscientiousness, which is like they want to be informed. They want to know exactly like what the details and the likely repercussions are going to be of a proposed piece of legislation. And generally speaking, like emotionally, they end up being more disciplined, as in like, hey, even if we're going to try to help the poor, we have to focus more on effectiveness and like efficaciousness as opposed to just, you know, nice sentiments. Have you heard him speak about that?
Well, in a general sense, generally, I've heard him speak about this on several opportunities, several topics. So yes, but that falls in line with what I'm talking about and what I've been mentioning as well, which is separate of anything from Jordan Peterson, but I think it concludes with the same result. We have progressives tend to be, and the more far left you are, the more you are emotionally motivated. Your actions are motivated by the emotion you have at that moment. It's not consequence driven. And the more towards the right you become, the more conservative you are, the more you're concerned with the consequences and the long-term impact of every decision. And that's part of why our government, our country is dividing. We have a group of people who are only motivated by their feeling at the moment, and another large group of people who are motivated by the consequences of every action over an extended period of time. Most people are thinking, and the majority of the middle of America are somewhere in between. They're motivated by their emotions, depending on the issue, and they're also kind of looking at the short-term impact, not the long-term impact, because they're not thinking it through. The majority of people, you'll hear this all the time. I don't follow politics. I don't pay attention to politics. They're more concerned about MILF Manor. Well, that may be true, but guess what? Politics is affecting you every day. Whether or not there is 3 regional wars happening at the same time, you're going to be affected. Your family, your economics, everything is going to be affected. If we have reparations and San Francisco goes bankrupt because of it, you are going to be affected whether you're in Kansas or Florida, in North Dakota, or in, Maine. It's still going to affect you directly. So, and by extension, that then affects the rest of the world. So these are all interrelated. Does that make sense? So Jordan Peterson's looking at it from a more clinical, psychological aspect. I'm looking at it from a more political aspect, but it's the same result because the same underlying problem is motivating this issue. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I like that answer. Okay, so with that line of thought, I'm going to go out on a limb and posit my own observation about, generally speaking, the liberal versus conservative voters that I've spoken to.
Okay.
And specifically, I want to talk about situational awareness. And I think it'll be super interesting to hear your opinion on this, having your having your background. Okay, so generally speaking, what I have observed is that conservatives tend to prioritize in their decision-making process situational awareness to a higher degree than do liberals. And the example that I'm going to use is opinions on January 6th. I've spoken to quite a few liberals now who, whenever the topic of January 6th comes up, they get really upset. And then the first thing I ask them, and I say, oh, okay, so you were there, right? Like, you saw what happened in person, and you spoke to people there on the ground, and maybe you even went up to some of the rowdy troublemakers and tried to calm them down and not get them to make really stupid decisions in the heat of the moment, right? You did something like that, and that's why you're so upset about what happened on January 6th, right? And they say, wait, no, I wasn't there at all. Why would I be there? I watched everything on television, and afterwards I got really upset about what happened to my great capital in Washington, D.C. Right. And so it surprises me that they weren't there. They didn't have situational awareness of what took place on that day. And then when I say to them, well, hey, can I offer you the perspective of somebody who was there, who was on the lawn of the Capitol grounds, not up into the building and not inside, but close enough to see what was happening both on the west side, where all the craziness was happening, and then also on the east side, where it was super tranquil, and people were walking up to the cops and chatting with them, and in many cases streaming past them straight into the wide open doors. So when I ask them okay, well, do you want that opinion? A lot of the times they say, no, I've already watched the TV and I've made up my opinion. Whereas what I've found is that when I've engaged conservative voters, ironically, they're the ones that end up being more open to new information. They're the ones who say, oh, really? like, tell me more about your perspective. Like, oh, I wasn't there that day, but, maybe I had some friends who followed it, or, maybe I had, or maybe the issue itself was very important to me, that the process of Congress certifying a very questionable election, I followed that as much as I could. But generally speaking, they're the ones who say, oh, yeah, Graham, yeah, totally. Tell me what your perspective is. I'm interested in hearing it. So I'm curious to hear like what you think about that, and also taking into account like your background.
Okay. So for people who don't know, I am a Marine, served in the Marines, and very happily so. My family has a military background. I have members of my family who served in the United States Army going back decades. So I come from a somewhat military background. My father served in Vietnam. And of course, I served in the military too. So that's one aspect to it, but that's not the defining aspect of what we're talking about. But I wouldn't say that this is situational awareness. It is temporal emotional reactions. And let me explain what I mean by the difference of that. Situational awareness, I would say, I'm walking down the street and somebody is running behind me, and I need to be aware, are they coming up to try and sucker punch me, which we've seen many members of Antifa and many gangs have done, because I'm a conservative, or I'm walking in the neighborhood wearing the wrong colors, something stupid like that. That's more of a situational awareness. When we're talking about a temporal emotional reaction, that's, I saw this on the news and I am affected by it. You weren't there, so you don't know what the situation was. You've only seen the edited clip of the event, and you have an emotional reaction to it. As an example, there is, and I use this constantly, there's the publicly seen execution of Ashley Babbitt. And I call it an execution because of this. Most people have seen the 1-minute clip where there's someone at the doors of Congress. Ashley Babbitt is standing there. A gun comes out, aims at Ashley Babbitt, shoots her dead, and then 4 police officers, Capitol police officers in full riot gear and M4 guns, come into the room and take over and occupy that room. That's the 1-minute clip. Almost everyone in America has been shown year after year after year. We're going to 2 years now. But what most people have not seen is the unedited clip, which actually starts 2 minutes before that starts. And in that 2-minute full clip, we see that the Capitol Police were actually in the room guarding that door, and that room was under control. You had 4 officers standing at the door and another 3 Capitol Police officers in the riot gear with the M4s standing along the wall going to the stairs that went around the room. And that room was controlled, and while people were loud, it was not unruly. Then the Capitol Police officers got a message, or seemingly got a message, and they left along with the riot gear officers and went down the stairs and around the corner and waited. That's when the 1-minute segment that everyone has seen around the world, when Ashley Babbitt gets shot. So when you put that into context, there is a very different emotional outcome from seeing the unedited visual. The same thing about what we hear about people talking about January 6th. They have seen edited clips of specific situations, but not the whole thing. This is part of the reason why there's such an outcry from the far left saying you can't see the 40,000 hours of unedited video that exists about the Capitol riot, of the people walking in the lines, of the QAnon shaman being escorted by 2 officers throughout the halls of Congress, passing by half a dozen officers just standing around as he's walking past them, as they lead him into the floor of Congress, where he then makes several impassioned speeches talking about peace. And even when he's outside the Capitol afterwards, outside Congress, standing in front of the crowds on a bullhorn, telling people that President Trump has just said to peacefully disperse, to end the event. That's been removed from the public's image, and the far left is trying to suppress that. Why? Because it results in a different emotional reaction to that context. It gives you more context, and you have a different emotional response. The initial response says Republicans are evil, MAGA is evil, which is Make America Great, a concept no one would consider to be evil anywhere in the world. You always want your country to be great, but it gives a new context to it, and it redefines MAGA into a negative that can be used for election purposes to advance a select political organization. And when you get the full context, like you said, being on the ground with 300,000 people, observing the differences of the East and West wings, observing the generally 300,000 people on the ground were peaceful, did not try and take anything over, were not armed, were not aggressive, did not have a plan, then you get another context, which is not politically beneficial to a specific group, and highlights that there is an overwhelming belief that there is a structural problem in our government, that something has happened that convinced hundreds of thousands of Americans that there is a problem, a lack of confidence in our government. And if you do not have confidence in your government, then there is a problem because there is no government. And that's the problem. And that is growing, that feeling. So that's why I say it's not situational awareness, it is temporal emotional response. And that's what we're seeing the difference there. And that's why you see, in very overwhelmingly, we have seen study after study, that the far left is more temporal emotional responses. That's their main guidance in their politics, as opposed to the further right you go. They're more concerned about factual information and the consequences of it, which goes back to Jordan Peterson, goes back to my view about what we're seeing in the difference and why the country is separating. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense, and I appreciate that answer. I guess I'll just conclude by saying that I was really dismayed by hearing some of the reactions from a lot of my liberal friends back in California after the events of January 6th, because up until that point, it was from the previous summer that we heard nothing but how bad cops were and how they need to be more professional. Which, okay, right? Do cops need better training? I think that's a fair question. But there was nothing but outcry and outrage from how mean and nasty and bad the cops were for bringing down like harsh punishment on people who were engaging in such acts like arson. But then right after January 6th, when Ashley Babbitt gets shot in the neck,
Mm-hmm.
the response from them was not the same. It was blame the victim.
Well, we see that.
And okay, right? Like this is before the video evidence comes out of like the long form, like what happened and how the cops were there and then they were not, and then the crowd of protesters start trying to go through the doors. The long form video, okay, like it was before that, but the immediate gut reaction right after a whole summer of, oh, we need to, be more kind to the people on the streets who, are voicing their outrage and also, committing acts of violence, to go from we should have compassion for those people to then, oh, you know what? Well, Ashley Babbitt, yeah, it was her fault.
Well,
I was just very disgusted by that. So I'll just conclude on that.
No, it's perfectly fine. But I want you to understand what's the motivating factor in that. It is the framework of how it has been presented. When people are saying, "Oh, I'm so upset about Tyree Nichols out of Memphis," why were people upset about that? Because you were given a full context of what happened. We saw the video where he was stopped, where he was chased, and what happened once he was caught. And we can all, in the full context of understanding that, go, that's inappropriate, that's wrong, that is an abuse of power. We were given a full context of that, we could all agree, and there is an outrage about it. But when we see things like what happened when we looking at Georgia and the autonomous zones across America, which are by definition insurrectionist zones, they violate every local, state, and federal level, every single autonomous zone. But they are framed as a positive. We don't get shown images of shootouts that occur in these autonomous zones. We don't get shown the conflict between the police, where the autonomous zones are firebombing police officers, where they're firebombing cities, where they're intimidating the public. We don't get shown that. We only get the after, the result of, oh, that person is dead or that person has been injured and the police are evil, bad people, as described by people from foreign countries. In talking about Atlanta and the defenders of the Atlanta forest, we have people coming from France, from Canada, from Germany, and people from across the United States, not people from Atlanta, not people from the state of Georgia, from all over, that have the same political ideology and say, well, the police are evil. Wait a minute, but the people of Atlanta made the decision to have a police force that is better trained and more sympathetic to the people, a fire department and emergency medical services that are better trained to help the people of Atlanta. They made that decision. They're paying for it with their taxes. Why does someone from France have any influence on what's happening in the city of Atlanta? Why? Because we have been contextualized with a temporary emotional response that the police must be evil when they do not comply with the political ideology of the far left. And that's the problem. That's the context we're looking at, that we are seeing this manipulated constantly. If a white guy shoots someone with a gun, like a mass shooting, well, then that's the evil of that person and that gun. If a black guy, like, say, the black supremacist in New York City, that a week before the Buffalo shooter took place, went out on a subway car and started shooting people because of black supremacy, that wasn't important. That was downplayed. Well, that was the problem of guns and guns alone, not his ideology, not his actions, not the people who supported that empowered him. When Darrell Brooks ran over people with a car in Waukesha during a Christmas parade, well, that was an individual that has nothing to do with the fact that he also was a black supremacist, a far left activist that was enacting the ultimate consequence of that ideology, running over white people with a car for the purpose of them being white. So we have recontextualized that, and notice these stories disappear from the news almost immediately. But we still hear about the Buffalo shooter of New York. Why? Because we're getting a different emotional response. It is meant to try and you're not supposed to think about that. You're not supposed to consider the consequences of these things. You're not supposed to say, well, all the gun control laws didn't work in any of these situations, which have different motivations. You're not supposed to think about that. You're supposed to obey and understand that when police do what they are told by a political elite, then they're good. And when they don't, they're evil. And the political elites have the answer to every aspect of your life. That's the ultimate context that we're getting from that. And that's why they're saying that. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, it does. I guess I'll just wrap up by saying this. I look forward to the point where when something happens, when a tragedy takes place, whether it's the Capitol gets defaced or there's loss of life because security did not maintain control over the situation. I mean, I hope that we very soon, in terms of our election cycles, get to the point where most of our citizens, when something like this happens, the first thing that we ask is, well, why did our great security forces fail to maintain law and order? Because it seems to me that Like the first two amendments in our Constitution are freedom of speech and right to bear arms, right? And it's like if we're gonna give over those powers to right to bear arms, to the police, right? Like none of us can go into D.C. with any sort of firearm, and arguably speaking, for good reason. So if we're gonna hand over those Second Amendment powers to uniformed police officers, then it's absolutely their job to maintain an environment that promotes the First Amendment, which is that when two people or more, or two groups or multiple groups come together in a public space and they disagree with each other to the point where they get really angry and some of them go off their heads and start getting violent, well, it's the job of those security forces to maintain an atmosphere where people can still exchange their ideas and they can exchange their heated rhetoric and everything else, but to not allow things to descend into chaos. We saw that on January 6th. And I think Tucker Carlson makes a very interesting argument that there was a major security failures by an administrative leader. I think her name is Yogananda Pewitt, something like that. I probably got her name wrong. But what comes to my mind previously, before January 6th, was what happened in I think it was Charlottesville, the one where Joe Biden uses in his campaign speech all the time about, he talks about, the white people with their,
white
with
supremacy.
the red,
white supremacy.
Yeah, exactly.
And President Trump, he said they were good people, which is completely out of context and factually incorrect, and has been proven factually incorrect by any honest news media. Yeah.
From my recollection, the comments were something about like there were good people on both sides, which to me is like a platitude. It's a platitude. There's always good people on both sides. We want to talk about Ukraine and Russia. There are good people on both sides of that conflict. But anyway, the point and the reason that I'm bringing that up is that I was not there at that event, but that was something that I closely followed in the news, because I was like, hey, these guys were talking about holding this rally. Okay, whatever their views are, right? Even if their views are repugnant, okay, fine. But these people were talking about holding their demonstration. Maybe they didn't want their statue taken down or something like that, and they wanted to voice their opinions about it. Okay, so if everyone knew about this event well ahead of time, why was there a breakdown of law and order in that environment to the point where some dude came in with his I don't know if it was a muscle car or something, and he like drove down the street and like rammed into a whole bunch of people, and like man, the camera footage from that was insane. But why was it that security made major mistakes that day that resulted in what happened? I think we're going to start to figure that out, why that happened on January 6th. And I hope people also question why that happened around the Charlottesville incident as well.
Well, there's been many incidents like that. In part, to answer your question about Charlottesville, in part, the police did not adapt to the movements of the crowd. The far left, Antifa in particular, were coordinating the movements of the crowd, and they had moved away from where the initial incident was happening, and they were moving the crowd to another area with less police, which enabled them to interact with the protesters, the counter-protesters, the Proud Boys in particular, and they were having an altercation, which allowed for a radical outside influence, another individual of far right, who then used his car to interact with the crowd. But the police didn't react, because the police weren't there to suppress, and they had a diminished presence, that they were restricted from reacting as quickly as the crowd was reacting. And the crowd, especially the elements of Antifa, were better trained on trying to, it's kind of like counterintelligence. They were trained to take advantage of the slower procedures of the police, who were being hindered by the politicians in this entire event. So there's a lot more to it. Again, if you're looking for more than just an emotional response and you're looking at the details, there's a lot more to it. And if you're only going by a clip, an edited clip of a very isolated part of the event, then you're missing what's actually happening and what the consequences are. And that's purposive, I think, from the major media. But you ask good questions, and we do need to look at these things more deeply so that we can understand what's going to happen next. That's what this channel is about. We look backwards in time as well as forwards. If we understand the past, we can maybe influence the future and not repeat the same problems and go down the same path that we know has failed. So that's interesting. And so I thank you for that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, thanks for the great conversation. Maybe I'll, depending on what else you talk about throughout the day, I might call you again.
No, absolutely. We're always happy to hear that. Okay?
Cool. All right. See you, Michael.
Thank you, Graham. So, folks, you just heard from one of the audience members, Graham, who was calling in. I believe he's in California. And across this country, across the nation, around the world, you are able to interact with us, either by calling us at 607-242-9247, interacting via Facebook, and reaching us off of our Facebook page to be able to call in and make comments with us. You can even reach us by your text. As you can see, we have Hot Chicks user has been banned. We have Words of Wisdom. So many people who are leaving their comments. Agent Black, who I know is from overseas, that are leaving their comments here and having a conversation, not just with me, but with each other about all of what's happening here. And I encourage that. And again, this isn't about agreeing with me. People call into this program often that may disagree, and I respect that. If you're calling in to tell me I'm old, to tell me I'm ugly, I don't care about that stuff, really. It's immaterial. You're not going to make me feel bad. I could care less. But if you're talking about the issues, I'm absolutely willing to hear any opinion, even those that disagree with me, to try and explain what's happening in our world and how we react. That's what this is about, so that we all gain a benefit of insight. And maybe we make a better decision going forward that benefits everyone, not political elites, whether they're on the right or the left. Because that doesn't, at the end of the day, that doesn't help anyone. So I thank Graham for bringing up his questions, and these are things we need to know more about. It's very important. By the way, if you've made it this far into the program and you found it to be interesting, effective, useful, and entertaining, whatever the words are you'd like to use, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. Most of all, subscribe to be able to reach more people, because we are constantly suppressed on this channel. The internet overlords, many people in the government do not like the fact that we actually will ask questions and actually look at the situations and the consequences. They do not want you to think about this. They do not want you to have a discussion either amongst American citizens or the rest of the world. You're supposed to be in the dark and have emotional reactions and obey. That's it. And they don't like that we will not follow the approved message, and therefore they suppress us. So we'd like to reach more people. Please like, share, and subscribe. It costs nothing. Let me pick up. So we've been talking about various aspects of the same thing, the division that's happening around the world and how it's impacting each and every one of us. And I understand you may want to watch MILF Manor. You may want to watch the Oscars. You may want to watch, I don't know, whatever the latest Marvel Disney Plus thing is out there that's trying to tell you, be woke, and they want to manipulate you emotionally. Fantastic. But those things aren't going to change your life. This is. And you have the ability to influence this. One of the reasons why I'm talking about what's happening internationally, the fact that we are getting closer to 3 regional wars, why I'm going to be having a speech about that tomorrow. And again, to remind people, I will be speaking about this tomorrow, as you can see, at the AFRTC at the American Legion Post 80 tomorrow at 7 p.m., and it will be live stream. But part of the reason why we're talking about these things is because you have an impact. We don't have to go down this road. We can stop this from happening. It requires us to ask our leaders, what's the plan? What are you doing? What are you doing to take care of us, to make sure that we're going to be in a better position? It's great and fine that we have the international community, the ICC, is saying, oh, well, we want to arrest Vladimir Putin. That's wonderful. That's a platitude. It's not going to happen. You're not going to walk into Moscow and arrest Vladimir Putin tomorrow. It's not going to happen. He's not going to be on trial in The Hague while he's in charge of the country of Russia. Not going to happen. And if you think that that's going to influence his plans, no, it's not. Because as long as he's leader of that nation, he's never going to be taken anywhere to be punished for what may or may not be a war crime. It's not going to happen. That's just a platitude to make you feel like something is happening. But the reality is, he still has his troops in the Ukraine. We're still having an economic proxy war that is escalating into a physical conflict between NATO, Europe, and the United States versus Russia. That's all that's happening. And Russia is increasing. The more that we are attacking them through these platitudes, the more that Russia is moving forward to say, well, let's escalate. The cost is exactly the same to them, whether they're threatening Estonia, whether they're threatening Moldova, whether or not they're threatening Poland and the Ukraine. Their punishment is exactly the same. In fact, you could say that Putin is more incentivized. Well, if he's going to be in trouble and he's going to be threatened with arrest because of perceived war crimes that may or may not have happened in the war in the Ukraine, guess what? He has nothing to lose. You've just removed his incentive to not continue because he's already going to be punished theoretically by the world, by the ICC. So his other actions aren't going to get any worse. He's already being accused of war crimes. What's going to happen? You're accusing him of more war crimes? It's the same punishment. It's not a disincentive for him to move forward. Biden said he's going to put in sanctions and more sanctions. That's not a disincentive because Russia already has the sanctions and they are prospering. Russia is in a better economic position today than he was in 2021 before entering the Ukraine. It has economically been a benefit, and that benefit, even as the rest of the world is going into a recession, if not a stagflation, Russia is improving its economic position. Therefore, the economic proxy war is failing. It is hurting the United States and Europe more than it is hurting Russia, and it is driving Russia into a alliance with China and Iran and North Korea. They're benefiting. I know this may sound counterintuitive to some people saying, well, that's not what I'm getting the impression from news media. You're not looking at the full stories. Don't look at just the headlines. Read what's happening and look at all the different factors that are happening. And the ultimate answer is because we are seeing places like Guam, because we are seeing the Philippines, we're seeing Australia and New Zealand, we're seeing Japan and South Korea are all militarizing. We're seeing militarization in the Middle East. We're seeing it in Europe. We're seeing in South America alignments going with China, not the United States. We are seeing that the world believes the United States is not only weak, it has no plan and no leadership. And in the face of that, with a direct threat from the other major superpower, China, and other major factors of Russia and Iran, then the answer is they're going to either go rogue and do their own thing, or they're going to capitulate with China. That's what we're seeing. We can change this. So let me move forward a little bit. And again, we're seeing that, as you see reported here from Politico, NATO is racing to arm its Russian borders. Can it find the weapons? The fact is, Russia is better prepared. They're getting armed by Iran. They're being armed by China with hypersonic missiles and technology, both directly and indirectly through North Korea. They are trading oil and energy to be able to supply this, which is why Russia is doing so well. Meanwhile, NATO does not have the capability to keep up. It is a fact that right now, Germany, the United Kingdom, they're making munitions, whether it's small arms and weapons or ammunition, they're able to make the same amount in a month that Russia is using in a day. I want you to consider that. The European Union is making as many weapons and munitions in in a month as Russia is using in a day in the Ukraine. And they're trying to put together a border defense, 300,000 NATO forces to protect the borders of NATO at the same time that we are watching that Russia is looking at that and they don't care. They're not afraid. In fact, they're encroaching on Estonia. They're encroaching on the Black Sea. They're attacking the defenses slowly. We're talking about drones, but they're increasing their actions. When we understand that, we understand that NATO is in a bad position because there is no plan. There is no concerted effort. And in fact, we are seeing that the efforts put forth by the Biden-Harris White House is theoretically, this is coming from Politico, is the United States creating a legion of doom? The emerging Russia, China, Iran axis is forcing the United States to choose between some unappealing positions, options. We have already driven these countries, and it's very clear, and I want to be sure. I want you to understand, Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, they all hate each other. They are not aligned. Again, why is it not World War III? There is no core unifying message. They hate each other, but they are unified that they all hate the United States. They want to knock the United States from its position of the leadership in the world, both economically and militarily. And if they take away the military and economic support of the United States becomes a third world nation. Quickly. We're talking about overnight. That's a reality. The United States has $151 trillion in unfunded liabilities. We are bankrupt. We have $31 plus trillion in debt. We cannot support our economy without being the leader of the world. The petrodollar is what supports the economy of the United States. Our military makes us a first world nation. Just like Russia back in the 1990s, the only thing that was making them a first world power is not just the size of their army, but their nuclear weapons. And if it were not for the military, they could not support their first world status. That's why the Soviet Union failed. They could not support it. Once you took away the economy, everything else crumbled, and it eventually fell apart. Now we see Russia is trying to rebuild that, not under the Soviet Union, but over, again, because of their military dominance. And that's why they're asserting themselves. China is doing the same thing on an economic and military level. This is the fear that you have to have about what's happening next. We are literally creating the foundation of our own defeat because we are not addressing these threats because we don't have a plan to deal with China. We don't have a plan to deal with Russia. We don't have a plan to deal with Iran. We're treating them as all separate issues and that nothing is connecting with them, even as we know for a fact that Iranian rockets are going into Russia. We know that China is supplying the technology for hypersonic missiles and rockets to Iran, which is then going to Russia. We know that Russia is trading oil from Iran to China and gas from Russia to China, that they are working together. They are not separate. They are interconnected, even though they hate each other, because they are unified in their hate of the United States and its position. And if we do not have a plan to deal with these regional conflicts, and we do not have an overriding plan to deal with this, quote, legion of doom, as Politico would like to state it, then we are failing and we are losing, and our allies have lost their confidence. That is a fact. And I know the major news media is not talking about this. They do not want you to think about it. They do not want you to consider what the consequences are. Because the consequences are, as in Switzerland, Credit Suisse is falling apart. Major national banks are falling apart. Why are the national banks failing? Why did we see SVB Bank fail? First Savings Bank fail? Why are banks being affected by this? Why is the U.S. economy being affected by this? Because we have pushed towards this temporary emotional reaction. The reaction was, oh, woke is good. To push diversity and to push intersectionality was the emphasis, because that was emotionally fulfilling for the moment, because that was the fad that is going through the world right now, that is being fueled by the progressive movement in the United States and exported to the rest of the world. And the rest of the world is rejecting it. There's a reason why we have to spend $200 million in Pakistan for gender studies, because they reject gender studies. They reject the progressive ideology that allows 8-year-old children to chop off their genitals, because they don't agree with allowing drag shows to occur with children present. I'm not telling you that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm not a medical doctor, but what I am telling you is there's a reason why we have to spend $200 million to try and convince Pakistan and other nations around the world, $2.6 billion being spent on trying to convince them to be like other nations, to be like California, when California is failing, when these policies don't even work in the state of California. And they're not meant to. All they're meant to do is to embolden a political outcome in elections. It is meant to maintain power. It's not meant to benefit the people. This isn't about protecting 8-year-olds, because if they did, they wouldn't have affirming care, which does not take into account it may not be the best thing for every child. Blind affirmation is as dangerous as blind denial. You have to look at the situation case by case, and in each situation, you have to adjust and to understand the nature of the problem and the fact that 8-year-olds can't make definitive decisions on their life. They can't. They don't have the cognitive ability. And if we are blindly saying yes, yes, yes to 8-year-olds, they're going to make the wrong decisions, and those decisions are going to affect their lives forever. The rest of the world understands that and says, we're not going to do that. We respect and protect our 8-year-olds more than California is, and we're protecting our future by doing that. That's why it costs so much money, to try and convince them they're wrong, to try and influence them to harm their future like we're doing here in the United States. Again, you're not meant to think about it. Think about this. Have you ever heard an argument or discussion or the question in the major news media from the far left, from progressives, that says, what if you're wrong? What if even 1%, of the children that you are currently telling are one of the 62 genders out there, that they may be born in the wrong bodies? I have to be careful of my wording because of the censorship that I get from YouTube, that even if 1% of those kids are wrong, that's tens of thousands of children, of adults, of American citizens that have been impaired for the rest of their life. What is the consequence of that? How will we as a nation deal with that, of being wrong, even if it's just 1% of the time? How much damage have we done to our society and our future if we're wrong just 1% of the time? Why have we not considered that consequence? Why is that not worth discussing? Why is that banned? Why can we not make that question and investigate and have a plan in place to deal with that potential? There is nothing that has ever been designed or created by man in the history of mankind, in the history of the world, that has been 100% correct at any point in history, ever. We're human beings. We are flawed. We have made mistakes, and we will make mistakes. There is no policy, no ideology. There is nothing that has been created by man that is 100% right, ever. I don't care what position, what political ideology you have, what religion you have. There is nothing by man that is 100% right. Therefore, why don't we have a plan to deal with a negative consequence that is inevitable? That it is impossible to not be right in every single instance. What if there aren't 62 genders, as they like to tell us now? What if there's 25? I want you to think about this for a moment. because no one else has ever asked you this question. What if there aren't 62 genders? What if there's 25? And what do we do to all the people that we have convinced at this moment that there's 62 genders? What about those other 30 plus genders that now in the future, whether it's a year, whether it's 5 years, or whether it's 10 years, that have been building up their life in support, and then they are suddenly told, oh, we were wrong, you don't exist. What happens to those people? What if, whether we go from 62 genders to 1, whether we go from 62 genders to 5, what happens to those people? Why have we not considered that might happen? Why don't we have that? I think that's incredibly important a question to ask, and yet we're not allowed to discuss it. This channel is getting suppressed because we dared ask that question. What if we're wrong, even 1% of the time, which historically is an absolute fact? In the history of humankind, that is a fact. We are at least 1% wrong, and in reality, far, far more than that. And we have nothing in plan, nothing in place, no concept of what to do if and when we find out we've been wrong at least some of the time. That's horrific. That's destruction of human lives. As children and adults, we're destroying their futures because we're not meant to think about it beyond just this moment and just beyond the approved message that we have been given. You have been told to obey, and this is the right answer today. And the answer may be very different tomorrow. Remember, today we are now celebrating the 3rd year of the pandemic. Think about that. And we have found out that today, in just the span of 3 years, we found out that the lockdowns were more damaging and more dangerous and more deadly than the pandemic itself, which some of us, like this channel, said from the beginning. We have found out that today we know that wearing 1 or 2 or 3 masks will not protect you, and in some cases are more damaging than not having a mask at all. That's not me saying that. That's UCLA saying that. That's the University of Southern California saying that in their studies. That is now a fact from the CDC and from the WHO. I'm not a doctor, but I can read scientific documents. I understand English. You don't need to be a doctor. You don't need to be some kind of academic to be able to understand what the academics have found in their studies. So we know mistakes were made. And that's not even getting into the fact that there was an experimental drug that has never been tested that was transmitted around, transmitted around the world. And we are currently in the experimental stage of finding out what the side effects are. Every drug that has been created by man has a side effect, at least one. Some of them are more of a problem, and some of them are less of a problem. That's not medical advice. That's a fact of science. And we do not know what this experimental drug that has been transmitted to some 70% of the world's population, we have no idea what the side effects are and how long-lasting they may be. We have no idea. We have no studies. We are the study, and it is going on. The live experiment is happening right now. And we have seen consistently that the decisions made over the last 3 years, many of them have been wrong. What happens next? Do we have anything in place at this moment, any leadership, any plan that tells us what will we do if they were wrong even 1% of the time, and we know for a fact they were wrong more than that? What is the plan? What is the solution? What is the proposed solution? Do they have anything in place? No, you're told obey, accept, do not question. You're not supposed to ask that question. You're not supposed to think of the consequences. You're not supposed to imagine how this is going to affect your life. You're simply supposed to say, oh, Biden said so, so that's okay. That's it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if there's a side effect, long term or short term, or how severe it may be. You're supposed to obey and do as you are told. That's it. I'm sorry, that may work in an autocratic dictatorship. That's not America. That's not any democratic system that says that you have a freedom of choice, whatever the degree of choice. Maybe less choice in New Zealand than America, maybe less choice in Canada than in the United Kingdom, but you still have some choice and you have some degree of asking questions of your government and making them accountable, which means it's not just blindly obey. But when we have these, and let me tie this back to what we're talking about with Credit Suisse, when we're talking about SVB, Silicon Valley Bank, we had banks that were funding the ideology of diversity, of obey, of not considering the consequences. Disney is a great example of this. Disney filled its airwaves, filled our movie theaters and its streaming with woke propaganda, pushed an ideology that the world does not accept, that Americans do not accept, and it failed consistently for years. It has failed. It is an ideology that does not work, and people have reacted to it because of that. And as it failed, the banks kept funding the ideology. Why? Because the politics said obey. Because the politics was beneficial. They protected these banks as they funded this failed ideology that the public would not conform. The public did not uniformly just obey. They rejected. And thus, we see the banks are now having an impact. We talked about this 2 weeks ago. And we're seeing that, okay, so Silicon Valley Bank failed. And we're seeing that Credit Suisse is having a failure. And other banks. Don't think this ends with Credit Suisse. There are other banks. And the reaction from the governments are, well, we have to bail them out because they are too big to fail. Switzerland is dealing with that now. Do they do a full or a partial nationalization of Credit Suisse? What is the bailout? And the bailout is more government and more government control. That's the answer that's coming around the world. More government control. The United States is bailing out SVB and FSB, many banks here in the United States. They're trying to put in a plan to protect the woke ideology. That's not to your benefit. That's not helping people. That's helping a political ideology that failed. That's not good for you. And they're doing so by increasing the power of the government and telling you, don't ask a question, don't ask for results, don't worry about whether it's effective or not, just do it. And these policies have led us into a recession. We are in a recession. They have to, you know it's true because they keep changing the definitions of the words. They change the definition of a recession to be able to avoid the political outcome of being wrong. That's a problem, folks. We need to ask questions. We need to deal with this. I'll give you yet another example of what I'm talking about. The world is in a global food crisis right now. We have been in a global food crisis since the fall of 2022. We have been warning about the global food crisis since the beginning of 2022 on this channel. I don't think we've gone a single week without mentioning that there's a global food crisis. We have 30% less food in the world, and that's not ending when the spring starts. That's going to last through 2023, maybe into 2024. And our government has not once stepped up, and as far as I'm aware, no global government has stepped up and said, this is how you protect yourself. They have not told you to go out and have a community garden or to grow in your backyard or your windowsill to grow some fruits, maybe tomato plants, maybe some herbs, to maybe grow some potatoes. They haven't told you that. They've been restricting people from being able to have chickens or various farm animals in their backyards or on their property. They're restricting. We've seen that the FDA has said that they want to take control, that they own your backyard farm, that they have control over it, and that they can take your food that you've planted for your family, they can take it away from you. We covered that a month, 2 months ago. But we've been telling you, you need to have cans, foods. You have to buy wheat and rice and flour and have enough stockpile to go out and get 10% more every time you buy food. Not to panic, not to react emotionally, but to make a plan. To have 10% more food every time you go out. To buy more long-lasting foods like rice and flour and wheat and canned foods so that you are better prepared. And the people who have listened to this channel since February of 2022 today have more food and have saved more money than if you're trying to buy the food today in the same amounts. And we believe by the end of 2023, the same thing will be true again because the recession is not going away. The global food crisis is not going away. And our leaders won't tell you anything. They don't have a plan. They do not have the leadership to tell you to take any action as simple as buy more rice and flour. Don't panic, buy 10% more. That's the simplest answer they can come up with. It's the only answer that I have for the global food crisis. I'm not telling you it's perfect. I'm not telling you it's the most effective plan, but it's a hell of a lot more effective than don't worry about it. That's the answer you're getting from the government right now. Around the world, the answer is don't think about it, don't worry about it. Don't think about it, don't worry about it. And the fact that you have to pay 580% more for a dozen eggs, that you have to pay 300% more for lettuce if you can find it, the fact that there are 15% of the shelves that are empty in the stores across this nation and across the world, don't worry about it, don't think about it, don't ask a question, just obey. I'm sorry, I have a problem with that. You should have a problem with that. I don't care if you're a progressive. I don't care if you're a socialist. I don't care if you're a bloody communist. You should have a problem with this. You should be asking for a solution. Because if we ask for a solution, we might get one. It may not be the best solution. It may not be perfect, but it will be better than nothing. Or do you think I'm wrong? Again, if you think anything I've said so far is wrong, I am more than happy to hear you call in to 607-242-9247 to contact us, chat or in calls and tell us why you think I'm wrong. I am more than happy to hear that. But I don't hear that coming from our government. And Agent Black, you're correct. That's the Agenda 2030. The one solution we have heard is the Agenda 2030, Agenda 2050 from the World Economic Forum and the UN. The answer is, well, you will eat bugs and you will be happy. You're going to transition from food to insects, that they're going to be ground up and that will be good enough for you. You will own nothing and you will like it. You have no rights to your property. You have no property at all. That's the answer that we have heard from the World Economic Forum. I don't think that's a proper answer for any democratic society. And that actually, in doing that, that makes you a slave. Because if you own nothing, you have nothing of value. You are not valued. You have a value, not just because you're an individual, but also because of the possessions you have, because what you can do with your possessions. If you have no possession, you have nothing to help amplify your existence and to justify that you exist other than the fact that you're an individual. But lo and behold, the World Economic Forum, the UN, don't believe you're a human being, that you have an individual value. Your value, according to progressive ideology, is based on your classification, the checkbox that you fill out. You're only as valuable as the group that you belong to, whether that's straight or gay or trans, whether that's being white or black or Asian or whatever other category. You are only as valuable as the checkboxes that you are filled in and the ranking that they have assigned to the equity of those boxes. That's it. And that should terrify you, because that's not a good thing. And trust me, when I say that the world, and I use the example of what's happening with the food, and I point to the fact that Russia, right now, going, and it comes back and brings us back to what's happening in Ukraine, what's happening with Russia, how the United States is dealing with this. There was we have a deal to allow food to go from the Ukraine to the rest of the world, to let fertilizer leave the Ukraine to reach the rest of the world, which Russia is trying to hold back. Russia has control. China has control of basically the world supply of goods. They're making 40% of the goods bought in the United States. Russia has control at the moment of most of the food, or a large sum of the food created for the world and fertilizer in the world. Literally, it's partially because that the Ukraine-Russia war that there is a global 30% global food shortage right now. That's a fact. And Russia has been fighting against, during the war, they have said, okay, we will allow some of the wheat, we will allow some of the corn and some of the fertilizer to be sent out to the rest of the world to help deal with the food crisis. Because believe it or not, if they didn't make this deal, the price of food that you're paying right now, the 45% more that you pay when you go to the store in any nation, if you go out to any nation and you go and buy food right now, it's between 25 and 45% more expensive at the minimum if you can find it. And if you think that's expensive, imagine if we didn't have the deal with Russia to ship out the wheat, the corn, and the fertilizer. It would be that much worse. Well, guess what? We know for a fact that a deal has been made on this. According today, the news came out late yesterday, according to the Financial Times, that a deal has been made, and 25 million tons of grain and cooking oil and fertilizer will be sent out to the rest of the world. That's a minuscule amount. That's nowhere near enough. That's for the next, and here's the problem, it's either for the next 60 days or it's for the next 120 days. But no one knows what the difference is. Here it is. According to the Financial Times, the Black Sea Grain Initiative, agreed to in July and extended since then by the UN and Turkey, enabled the Ukraine to ship 25 million tons of grain and edible oils, easing pressure on global food prices, which means it would have been worse. The prices in the food shortage could have been worse. The Ukraine's deputy prime minister responsible for infrastructure said in a tweet that an agreement had been extended for 120 days. So you had 4 more months with the prices of food being lower. Moscow indicated it only agreed to a 60-day, a 2-month extension. So it means that potentially within the next 2 months to the next 4 months, the price of food around the world will increase. I want you to think about that. No one, MSNBC, CNN, ABC, the New York Times, the Biden-Harris administration, and yes, many of the Republicans are not telling you that somewhere between the next 60 days to the next 4 months, somewhere in that time frame, you may see the price of food increase. That inflation, which in the United States alone for food is 11%, that it will go higher, that you're going to pay even more to feed yourself and your family. And they haven't offered you a single solution. They have no plan to deal with it if the price goes higher. And yet, you're not supposed to ask a question. You're not supposed to think about that. You're supposed to obey. I'm going to get to the comments. I know I've been ignoring them for a little bit. I'm going to get to them. So I just want to make sure you understand, I'm not just thinking of this stuff, and this isn't some right-wing conspiracy. This is the news from around the world, and this is how it's affecting you. This is what happens when you have a lack of leadership. This is what happens when we have a lack of planning. This is what happens when no one trusts that the American government is strong and can and has a plan. Everything starts breaking down. Let me go, and it's affecting us all. It's affecting us all in every aspect. Let me go back. I've missed a bunch of comments, so let me go through some of them. So Agent Black mentions that in terms of the ammo in the European Union, that the ammo stocks are almost dry. That, again, going back to talking about how they're going to be funding this, and the problem that we face is enormous. Where's the ammo coming? We want to fight this war. How are we going to do it? We're giving all our ammo to the Ukraine. And if we're giving it all to the Ukraine, how are we supposed to defend the NATO border? I don't know. Let's see. Graham had mentioned. Graham asked about the question of what is woke, because we can't answer the question of how do we deal with wokeism if we don't know. Well, the clear and easy answer of woke is it is not just one policy, it is a system of policies. It is a series of policies that create an environment. So woke is the combination of critical race theory, of intersectionality, of feminist ideology in the third wave, and looking at the equity and diversity imperatives that we have seen from the United States government and many businesses. It is the combination of all of these together that defines woke. It is where we are suppressing groups of individuals on a scale created artificially by a group of politicos with a political agenda. That's wokeism. That's what woke is. So it's not just critical race theory. It's not just intersectionality. It's not just equity. It is the combination of all of those and the policies that are derived from that combination and how it affects each of us. So today you can't make a movie that is based on, well, Lord of the Rings. You can't make Rings of Power based on the geography and the world created by J.R. Tolkien. No. Now we have to change that. We have to make it reflect modern environments. We have to make the world of Tolkien reflect 2023 London. That's not what he wrote. That's not the environment that existed. It's not realistic, it's not faithful, and it is not entertaining. Therefore, no one's watching Rings of Power, but that's also an element of being woke, because we are being told you cannot tell a story unless you must have Asians and Africans and people who are black. You must have gays and bisexuals and trans in your story. They must exist even if there is no context for them, nor is it a value to the story. It contributes nothing. If you find out in the Rings of Power that Galadriel is bisexual, does that make the story better? No. It adds nothing to it. It's not important. It is not an essential part of her character, nor is it a motivation. And it didn't exist in the original. So adding this element only benefits a political ideology and an immediate emotional response, but it contains nothing of substance or value going beyond that. And perhaps that is the best definition of woke, that there is no substance or value of these adherences to critical race theory, to intersectionality, to gender, whatever you want to call it, going on with the gender, and the equity ranking of individuals. There is no substantive benefit to this. It is purely political, and that is woke. That's the best definition I can give for that. Let me go on to some of the other comments. User has been banned identifies that for Iran, North Korea, China, and Russia, the enemy of my enemy is my temporary friend, which is why they are having an alliance. And I believe that's very accurate in some cases. Now, user has been banned asked the question, where is the European Union getting some of the chemicals they need for gunpowder? Well, part of the answer to that is phosphorus, and that is coming from the United States, but it's also coming from the Ukraine. One of the largest amounts, and we see that there's a problem right now with phosphorus, that it is a fertilizer, but it is also used in gunpowder. It is a ignition source for many chemicals using that. And so there is a potential shortage. And this, of course, is also adding to the deoxygenation of oceans, in particular, because it is a byproduct of ethanol. What this story doesn't want you to understand, as written by The Guardian, is that the phosphorus that is creating these dead zones, that is a problem that is coming from fertilizer, is because they're making ethanol. Because they are using ethanol to create the crops that are then being turned into ethanol around the world under green energy and climate change. Because we have been increasing that and we're doing that consistently, we are creating the dead zones in the Gulf of Mexico and around the world. That's what the problem is. But where is most of the phosphorus, which is necessary not only for fertilizer, but for gunpowder and other chemical and other weapons? Well, it's coming from Africa, and it's come from the United States, and it comes from the Ukraine. Africa is controlled. Most of those deals are with China. The United States, of course, is the United States. And then there's Ukraine, which is controlled currently. Most of that is controlled by Russia. So I hope that answers that question. Agent Black mentions that from the UK perspective, the swamp is not just a United States issue, but an issue of the world in the leadership of the world. Well, and I would say for most of the Western world, that is correct. When we're talking about the European Union, when we're talking about the United Kingdom, when we're talking about Canada, Australia, New Zealand, the United States, most of the first and second world democratic nations, yeah, I would say that's correct. There is a swamp there. Let me go on with some of the other comments here. User has been banned. It says he would skip the bugs, and Soylent Green is the option. Are we getting closer to that? Yes, in effect, we are. Again, it's because there is no plan, there is no leadership. No one is allowed to ask the question. Everyone who does ask the question is being suppressed. So that's important. Agent Black mentioned that if President Trump was still president, there would be peace in Morocco. There would be peace tomorrow. And I don't know that that's necessarily true, but I don't think the problem would be as severe. President Trump was looking forward and was talking about consequences and that we needed to take actions because the dominoes were falling. In addition, whether you like President Trump or not, that is immaterial. It has absolutely zero impact on whether he was an effective, efficient president. Good presidents are good presidents not because you like them, not because you want to date them or you want to go out and have beer with them. They are effective because they had leadership. They had a goal. They had plans. They were able to communicate them amongst the American people and the world. Trump was able to do that. Whether you like him or not doesn't matter. That's never been a requirement of being in leadership. Whether people like you or not is useless. It is a meaningless part of the concept and something that we have been convinced is important for some reason, mostly because people are paying attention to ads and not the facts. Hello, and thank you for calling in. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael Voss. May I ask what's your first name?
Mike, John Cordisco. I can barely hear you. Can you hear me?
We hear you perfectly.
Yeah, I'll try because it's a little tough hearing you, but I want to talk about Trump in the legal matter.
Yeah, I was getting to that, but go ahead.
Well, I don't think people understand. I think this all started with the Republicans and Bill Clinton. They misused the Constitution, impeaching him, The Democrats misused the Constitution, impeaching Trump twice. Now we're in the legal stuff now. This is opening up a can of worms that is very similar to Banana Republic territory now. And I don't think people understand the danger that this puts this republic. This isn't about Donald Trump. This is about how things are handled. We always had a court of law. We always had the legal matters to attend to that we believed in. And to misuse the privilege of being a prosecutor in Manhattan just to score political points is starting a fire, I'm afraid, that they can't put out.
Yeah, I think that's already happened. The fire's already there.
It's going to escalate now.
Yes. Yes.
Well, I mean, we're going to be looking at now deep red states now are going to go into the histories of all the blue Congress, the Democrat congressmen, and vice versa. And this thing's going to end up being a witch hunt. And believe me, it's going to happen, because if you can go after Donald Trump, then no elected official at any level is safe.
Yeah, but that's been happening since, and you're right. We've seen this effectively since Reagan.
Not this badly.
No, not this badly, but it's been an escalation since Reagan. Literally, I would go back to Reagan. Not so much Jimmy Carter, because Jimmy Carter had policy failures. He had the failure of rescuing the hostages out of Iran. That was more event-driven, not so much him. But starting with Reagan, we saw a serious attack on the person in the White House based on them just being a human being, just on their existence. We saw that start with Reagan, continue with Bush, continue and escalate, in each case escalating, with Clinton, then with Bush the son, GW, and with Obama, where we hit a new level, a new peak. And each time we've hit a new peak as we go. And we've never seen it so bad as, and I think you're right, when we see what's happened with Trump, where we've seen it escalate to the point that you can demonize them all day.
A penny.
Yeah.
It's kind of like doubling a penny. It's small at first, but now it's picking up steam. And I got to tell you, honestly, you and I go back and forth on the future of the Republic and world affairs and stuff.
Yeah.
I consider this, in my lifetime, I'm 66. I consider this probably the biggest threat to the Republic in my lifetime. I mean, I remember the Watergate days, and that was I was just in high school, and I remember what a big deal it was, and how the Republic was teetering on the edge. What they're doing with Trump now in this latest thing is 100 times, 1,000 times more dangerous than Watergate ever was. If you remember, the deep state was involved in that, the CIA, the FBI. And the damage done to the credibility of the institutions took 10, 15 years just to get back where it was. This will never come back. They arrest him. They fingerprint him. They do all the things they're going to do. I'm afraid that this is going to cause a rift. Something's going to happen unforeseen somewhere, and it's going to escalate. It's incredibly dangerous. It's kind of like, I use an analogy in one of my videos the other day. I have termites in my house. So these moron Democrats are going to burn the house down and get rid of them, and they stand in the house while it's burning. I don't think they realize they're in the same boat as everybody else. You put a hole in it, you're going to sink with them. And they're not grasping it. They're just not. They're like children. They have no idea of danger.
Yeah, I don't think they understand the danger of what's coming down the road. And I think, but at the same time, we can't be complicit in that. One of my concerns, and I was going to bring this up, is...
I'm sorry, what was up?
I said one of my concerns that's coming up is the fact that Trump has announced that he thinks he's going to be arrested on Tuesday. And he is calling for protests. And we are seeing the reaction from the left on this is as if...
Well, of course.
Well, the question is, the left is viewing that as an Antifa, as if it were an Antifa protest where
Oh, no, I
violence
understand.
results. And I think that's one of the problems is they're escalating the negativity that is unwarranted. There's no reason to believe
that's
that.
been their tactic for the last 3 generations.
Right. And that's part of that escalation of these attacks, unwarranted attacks on politicians on every single level, not just policy, but everything. And it's filtering into the
I think
public.
the only positive thing to come out of this is you're going to see, when I say high-level Republicans, I mean at the state and federal level, mostly federal. It's time for the Republicans, at least officially, publicly, to fish or cut bait here. Even Pence came out against it. Him and Pence have been feuding lately.
Yeah.
There's a realignment in the Republican Party, and with this latest Trump legal issue, they're going to have to go on the record.
Some of them are.
Senator or congressman, you're going to have to go on the record. And it's going to be interesting to see what sides are taken.
Well, some of them are already. That's already coming. And many of them already have. And I think it's more important. I don't really care where they line up. I care about why they're lining up. Is it about getting reelected? Or is it because there is an actual plan, there is an actual goal in mind that benefits Americans?
How about something simply as you think it's wrong and it will hurt the country?
Well, we have lots of people who say that all the time. That's not, but that's just the empty politicking, the propaganda, because they're not telling us how it hurts America.
It's funny. I used to be a local elected official, as you know, and of course not the level of Washington, but
of course.
And you say, well, you're just doing what you're doing to get reelected. Well, make it sound like a negative thing. That's what your constituents want. Those are the people you're representing want, the majority of them anyway. So how is that pandering if that's you representing people? That's the point I've always gotten as elected official.
Well,
just because you do something to get reelected doesn't mean you're a bad elected official. You're just doing what the people you represent wanted.
No, you're right. And let me clarify my position on this. When I say I don't like the pandering, when it's an empty action, when there is no plan, there is no understanding of consequences, when there is nothing to it other than a short-term emotional reaction, that's where I have the problem with saying, oh, well, the people say that. You're just doing whatever it takes to get to that next election. What you've put forward doesn't consider, and how does it affect everyone going down the line?
If you make a statement that sounds like word salad, yeah, of course.
That's my problem, and we get a lot of that. I mean, recently, as an example, Kamala Harris was on with the Late Show with Stephen Colbert.
Yeah, I saw the
and
clips,
she couldn't explain what the vice president does, what her job, what she's supposed to be doing. She couldn't explain that. That's pandering.
Well, if you ask the older vice presidents, they'd probably say, I go to all the funerals.
Yeah, they don't have a big purpose, but they have a purpose. Whether it's to introduce an idea.
John Adams, who was the first vice president, said, I've never seen a more useless and worthless position.
Well, the position of the vice president essentially is to take some of the heat away from the president, to introduce ideas that might be more controversial or difficult as a testing ground, and to show support not as strongly as maybe the president showing. So you go to a foreign country, you have the vice president speak. It's a strong statement, but not as strong a statement or as definitive a commitment.
I mean, you're the representative. Remember the old TV show West Wing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I forget the actor's name. He was in Animal House. He played when the guy was going for the presidency. He picked him to be his vice president at the beginning of the show. And they asked him why, and he wrote on a piece of paper.
Yes, I remember.
Why.
Mm-hmm.
He said, the president wrote down, I want him as my vice president because I could die.
Right.
And so he was the guy that he believed in if he died. I don't even know if that's true anymore.
I don't think that is. Now it's more political manipulation. Kamala Harris wasn't elected because she's the best choice. Kamala Harris was picked because of diversity, because of intersectionality, because of feminism.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That's it. She was disavowed by Democrats in 2019 and dropped out the race with a 5% of Democrats liking her. She's not the best choice, but she's good for diversity. You can't argue with her because she's
Well,
a
you didn't
woman
have
in
to
black.
be a political genius to figure out that after she called him a racist in a live debate and made him look like a fool, he turned around and offered the vice presidency not too long after that. And everybody's like, what?
Yeah, it made no sense other than it was the political planning. So
Right.
that's why she's ineffective today as vice president and why she can't define her job, because she has no idea what to do. She was never
but the
qualified.
Thing is, though, here's the comical or / ironic part.
Sure.
People like Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, a lot of Democrats, some Republicans too, but mostly Democrats, they're so self-unaware of how stupid they are.
Well, they're in a vacuum chamber. Most politicians, especially as you get higher and higher, are more isolated from the public. As an example, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, they have no idea what the average person is living in. They've been in politics for 4 decades. They live behind walls. They have.
Yeah, but the average person thinks the same as when they were growing up. People haven't changed any of their priorities and what they want, so they can't remember them growing up and what it was like.
Well, remember, most of them have grown up isolated from the majority of the public. Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi weren't poor people. They weren't living in poverty.
I'm talking about overall, though, in Congress.
Most
congressional members.
But think about it. Half the people in Congress are lawyers. They're multimillionaires. And almost, I think 70% of them grew up in upper middle class families that were isolated from the regular public. They're not common people.
I'm not so sure if 70% is that high. I think it's a little bit lower, but I think over time, though, they just forget. Or, I don't think they forget. It just doesn't matter to them.
And it doesn't matter to them, and that's the problem. And that's why we have to question them. We have to, and I don't think enough people are. And if they were to question them, if they were to demand answers on leadership, on plans, we would see the nation in a better position and more unified. We'd have more trust in our government, which is, I believe, at an all-time low, equal to or worse than.
I wanted to go back to the Trump legal matter.
Sure, and I think that's part of the trust. Go ahead.
I think 2 things people haven't brought up, and I saw a lot of articles. You and I, of course, are political junkies. We look all over the place. I mean, first of all, if we'll say the crime that they say was committed concerning the money and the hush money and all that stuff,
Yes.
the statute of limitations is long gone.
They would say
Nobody's brought it up. That was 17 years ago.
Depends on which part of it that they're talking about. I
Now,
believe.
they're talking about the money exchange, the money that supposedly Trump gave his lawyer to give to Stormy Daniels.
Right. And I believe the question isn't that he gave her the money. I believe the argument is that there was a collusion at the presidential time when he was running for president, that this was that she was hushed at that time, that there was an additional problem. That's how I understand
much
it.
Earlier than that. I mean, it's been 7 years.
It has been 7 years, but because it's continued, they started the procedure during the time about 2020 that they started investigating this. Because it was an ongoing investigation, you start the time of statute of limitations from the time that they start the investigation.
Oh, no, that's not true.
Okay, I may misunderstand it.
Limitations run from when the supposed act occurred.
Okay, I stand corrected.
So if that there's exceptions, of course, capital murder, things like that.
Right. Well, then
even the IRS, say you don't pay your taxes for 10 years, they then can go back and get you for 7.
Right.
So no, if that was the case, then you could have somebody that did something small, like they're accusing Trump of, and wait 20 years and bring it up. So the statute of limitations doesn't start with the investigation.
Here's the difference in that, as I understood it, and I and you may be absolutely correct, but my understanding was because they started the investigation within the time frame of the statute of limitations, within that, the fact that it's continued after the statute of limitations does not stop it because the investigation already started. They just haven't.
That doesn't really matter legally.
Okay.
Because you can hold that over somebody's head. That's why there is a statute of limitations.
Okay, and then I stand wrong.
If you think about it logically, though, it does make sense.
It does make sense. You're right. It makes more sense than my point of view, than my misunderstanding. But that's why I had that misunderstanding.
If that was the case, then you could bring up stuff from 20, 30 years ago and start charging people, and all hell would break loose. It'd be total chaos.
Right. You could keep something in the courts for 20 years and before it ever got settled. Right.
Here's the question that I can't come up with an answer. And you and I are political junkies, and there's people a lot smarter than us that can't figure it out. Say, he won't do a perp walk and all that crap, mugshot.
They'll try for that.
They'll charge him. I doubt if they'll fingerprint him. I doubt if they'll even do a mugshot. He might get legally charged.
Oh, they'll be going for the mugshot.
We'll let him go with no bail. I mean, where's he going to go? Where's he going to hide?
No. I don't think that's the case. I think they would. I truly believe they are desperate for that mugshot so that they can plaster it in every single ad for 2024.
Well, then that goes into my kind of follow-up point.
Right. You
and I have been following politics locally and nationally for a long time, and a lot of people with talking heads have. And they can't see, unless you have a biased opinion. If you step back from it, I don't know if this is going to help him or hurt him or do nothing. Because in the end, he's going to win through appeals. He's going to win through appeals. There's no way he's going to go to jail. It's not going to happen.
Right.
So, for the 2024 race, does this help Trump or hurt him?
Both. I believe it's almost an equal amount because the people who are supporting him and believe he's being persecuted unfairly are only going to become more sure of that. The people that have believed that he's a demon and has done nothing wrong, there's a comment on one of our people making a quote or comment in the chat said that Trump has never done anything correct. Well, people who have that opinion become more confirmed or more resolute because of what's going to be happening in New York if Trump is arrested. Those sides only get deeper entrenched. The middle ground are confused, and that's where the ads and how this is going to be played out in social media, that's a dividing.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. Have they overplayed their hand?
Mostly, I think so. I think most people, overwhelmingly, even people who are independent, even some in the Democrats.
If you were forced to answer right now, come up with either yes or no. Do you think they overplayed their hand?
Yes. And I think most
so
people,
well.
I think the majority of people in America would say, no, this is too much. They've just, this is all political. This is political theater. I think most people would say that.
Because the only hearts and minds you really have to change are about 4 or 5%.
Based on the last election, let's call it 10% for a round number, for a round number.
I mean, no, even a lot lower if you go through the Electoral College, because 30,000 more votes spread out among 4 states would have swung the other way, so it was that tight.
No, I understand, but just for the sake of argument, let's call it 10% because time has passed and all that.
That's fair.
Let's call it 10%. But I think that if this is handled correctly, that 10% swings towards Trump because it's not a hard sell to show this has been a concerted kangaroo court, all out, everything, demonization that is unfair because it's so extreme. I think the Democrats are misreading the public because of their echo chamber, because they already hate him and everything he represents. And the general public, when they remember Trump, most people remember a good economy and a more stable world. As opposed to Biden, where we see no leadership, no plan, a less stable world. We're closer to World War III than at any point with Trump. We are worse off. We're paying more. We have more inflation. We have a worse economy than at any point under Trump.
That's the other thing. That's the other thing now. I saw a meme I'm going to put out that says, banks are collapsing. And the second picture under it says, hurry, quick, indict Trump. So
That's
I'm
funny.
just wondering if the timing is a little suspicious.
I think they need to change. The timing, I think, is well executed. Like, these are planned. New York State has been working on this for God knows how long, years now. And their timing on when they're taking certain actions seems very much in line with, and here's some really bad news about the Biden administration. We just got confirmation, it's believed in news media, that there is a connection of China giving money to Hunter, which is involved, obviously, with Joe Biden. So that's been confirmed. And at the same time, we have banks that are failing because of woke policies, which have been promoted by the Biden-Harris administration. And we have the world destabilizing, directly related to actions of the Biden administration, like in Afghanistan, like in Ukraine. So they need something else to pivot against. And they have nothing positive to pivot because there's nothing positive in the Biden administration to date. The more time we get, the more we're seeing they were wrong about the pandemic. They were wrong about the economy. They were wrong about everything.
They're also closing in on Hunter a little bit, too. Even the guy at CNN admitted the China connection with Hunter's family. So it's starting to unravel.
Exactly. So they have to have a counter. And because Trump is their piñata, he is their demon in hand. He's been demonized forever. They're never going to not demonize everything he's ever done. So he's the ultimate punching bag. And that's why I think, they kept the New York thing floating.
Anybody that hears this video in the future, because I know you have on your channel, if you're a registered Republican in any state, and when the primaries start for the Republican nomination for president, and people are going to say, you know what, I like Donald Trump. I think he was great as president. He had some bad luck with COVID and some other things, but he's just too toxic. The Democrats will never let up on him. Let's vote for somebody else to take the heat off. And I want to tell people, think about this for a moment. If you were going to vote for Trump, you say, well, you know, if we back off, maybe the Democrats will cool down and we can have leveler heads prevail. You're rewarding this behavior.
It's also
and
ineffective.
Turn around and do it again to someone else.
It's not only ineffective, you're right, but it's also another thing. Every time that we have seen the Overton window, the shift towards the far left, we always assume the conservatives and the people in the middle, the independents, think, oh, well, they'll stop. Now they'll stop. And the answer is they never stop.
No, they never. Well, a lot of people don't understand that concept with them. They just don't get that part because they think like they do.
Oh, absolutely not. They always push. Their answer is...
Well, no, what I mean is the person that says, you know, maybe I'll vote for somebody else but Trump to take the heat off, they're assuming that the opposition has the same mindset as them.
No, and they don't. And you're right,
and
they don't. Not at all. They believe, and again, we've seen this. Look at Antifa. Look at BLM. Look at the progressives, Hakeem Jeffries, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer. They never stop. They keep pushing more. We gave, as an example, and I'll go back to my example of Pakistan. 2 years ago, we gave Pakistan $20 million for gender studies. This year, we just gave them $200 million.
Yep. We're
not stopping. The fact is that gender studies in Pakistan failed. And their answer is, let's give it more.
I'm sure gender studies in Pakistan is going to do a lot of good.
Well, the answer is, we know the answer is it doesn't work. They don't want to be California. They rejected it. But rather than say, oh, that didn't work, let's try something different.
Well, no, they took the money and they spread it around for bribes, and that Pakistan is what they did.
Oh, of course. But I mean from the perspective of the progressive, if you agree with that, the answer to them was, well, then not double down. Let's go 10 times bigger to buy them off. It's not going to work. You can't buy them off because they reject the concept in total. But they keep pushing because the answer is never, oh, we'll stop or we'll try something different. It's, we'll keep doing the same thing until they agree. That's the mentality we're fighting against.
The old joke with the two guys selling watermelons off the truck. They buy them for $1, they sell them for $1. They do that for a couple of weeks. Guys say, let's get a bigger truck. We'll make it up in volume. You know?
That's funny.
It's the same mentality.
Yeah, it is. It is. And that's why we're falling, as I think I've been showing it throughout the show. It's the reason why we're failing, because there's no understanding of consequences on an international or domestic level. And what they're doing about Trump isn't... Here's the other thing I would say to people. Tell me if you think I'm right. Let's say they arrest Trump on Tuesday like is expected. He's in, and let's say that they say he's evil and horrible. How does it benefit anyone? How is America better? He got arrested. And how does that make the world better? It doesn't solve anything. Why are we doing this? It's not to anyone's benefit. You know what I mean? Do you see what I'm saying?
Oh, I don't think people think that logically. They hate Trump.
I think the rest of the world
does. They don't care
does.
if the world's better. They don't care. They think their world is better without Trump. That's all they care about.
But that's so short-sighted. And I think most people agree.
Democrats have always been short-sighted.
Well, yes. But that's why...
I mean, look at the Great Society programs from the 60s they keep funding that don't work. They don't care about results or consequences. They never have.
Yeah. And, I mean, the war on poverty is...
They're like the 5-year-old that sees the candy bar in the grocery store. I want it, and I want it now.
Right. And that's the war on poverty in a nutshell. You know, we're $15 trillion deep into it, and it's never worked. But their answer is get more. Yeah,
we'll get a bigger truck for the watermelons. Maybe it'll work.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And that's...
But the thing is, though, I'll tell you, I'm about 65% leaning towards, I think this will sort itself out because it's so early in the presidential process. We've got a good year to go before it really starts heating up full speed. And by then, this legal matter will have just been like the raid on Mar-a-Lago, just another thing. Well,
here's the question I have for you. It's two parts. Do you believe if Trump is arrested, and the fear that we are hearing, the fear-mongering, because that's what it is, that's going around the major news media is, there will be protests, and those protests will be like Antifa protests. Cities will be burned down, even though there is no evidence of that ever happening with conservative movements. When conservatives protest, there's never violence like that. To date, it just really doesn't happen.
Well, conservatives rarely protest in large numbers anyway.
Well, that's another reason. But they're saying there's going to be protests and it's going to be violent and it's the end of the world. So, one, I don't think you agree with that by your answer. But two, my other thought about this is, what does that say to the rest of the world, in your opinion, if he gets arrested and we see the protest?
What was the second one again? I can barely hear you.
Sure. What does that say to the rest of the world if he's arrested and there are protests?
I think it's be the same effect as 2020 when BLM and Antifa was going city after city. Whatever that effect was, it'll be the same. But I don't think, I've seen a lot of talk shows, and they can't name the world leaders because they don't want to be known. And they all say the same thing, and that was 2 years ago. They all say, what the hell is going on in the United States? They really don't know what to make of any of this. Like I saw a video today, there's huge protests in Paris. And there were buildings and cars on fire, but you don't see a lot of video out. So I think it's just a trend. People are getting fed up. I mean, even a field mouse will fight back if you corner it.
Yeah, but let me be specific and to let everyone else know. The protests in Paris today, and I know France is always in having some kind of protest, but it's specifically about increasing the retirement age in France. So
Well,
they're
I was just trying to make a point that it seems to be that people are getting pushed and they're at their last wits and they've had enough in a lot of spaces besides the United States.
right. I agree with that. Yeah, we're seeing that around the
Because
world.
people are the same around the world. I don't care if you're dirt poor in India or you live in Beverly Hills. People are the same.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think that's going to have much of an effect, but I think what's going to happen is going to have the effect the Republicans did, and I blame them for impeaching Bill Clinton. That was an incredible misuse of the Constitution. And then the Democrats saw, okay, oh, you guys did that? Well, we're going to do it too. And I think this is going to escalate. I think that's going to be the issue after Trump is cleared. And just another issue with Trump like Mar-a-Lago raid. It's going to open up a can of worms I don't think that either side can close now. And God knows where that's going to lead.
See, and I think you're right, but I think there is the answer to stop it, I think, is that the people in the middle, the ones who are silent, the ones who are watching this program, watching your program, Cordisco's Corner, they're watching Steven Crowder or Ben Shapiro, the people who are watching these but never comment, the ones who never say anything, they need to speak up because that puts the pressure, especially in the United States, on the government to make a plan, to have some leaders, to try and bring back the confidence.
Well, I'll tell you, I was looking at some Twitter spots. I get some, some mail. I follow people on Twitter, and you go to look through the comments, and you see basically this comment a lot. I don't even like Trump, the SOB, but this is BS.
Yeah, we are
getting
seeing
a lot of that.
Yeah, there is a lot of that.
And like we said, it only takes 10% or less.
But like I said, that's the people speaking up.
But Trump has to play this just right.
Yeah.
And he's really tough to lead. Can you imagine being a manager for him in a campaign?
No, I would not want that job.
He's really stubborn.
Yeah, I wouldn't want that job. He's
I do
real
have
tough.
to say, though, he's starting to learn, and he always has his whole life in business. There's a lot of videos he has out, 2-3-minute videos on his platform, and an issue for this and an issue for that. And those are very well written and very well made.
No, he's
like
not.
His position on parents in schools, his position on immigration, his position on, and they're very well done.
Yeah, he's a smart man. He knows what he wants to say. Sometimes he says it.
And I could tell, maybe
poorly.
that's why he was so subdued when he announced, because he knew about the stuff in Manhattan. He knew about other things probably that we don't know, because he knows a lot of people. I mean, people leak stuff all the time.
Yeah.
And that look on his face like, oh, crap, I'm going to do it, but this is going to be 10 times harder than last time.
Oh, yeah. He absolutely knows that they're coming at him both barrels from day one. They've been coming at him both barrels even when he wasn't. So he knows what he's getting into.
Has it gone so far that Democrats have overplayed their hand so badly that people are feeling sorry now for Donald Trump, which I never thought would happen?
I think to an extent it is. Because it's so blatant. Because everything over the last 7 years has been claimed to be Donald Trump's fault. And that's patently not true. Is demonstrably, empirically not true. And everyone, no matter how partisan you want to be, you know that's just not true.
You talk about blatant. Meanwhile, as they're announcing the so-called future arrest of the former president, Hunter Biden sued the computer guy because he let out the stuff on his laptop, and it's an invasion of his privacy, and he's suing him.
Yeah, even though the guy had every legal right.
But he never admitted it was his laptop, but he's suing him for evasion of privacy.
Exactly. It's like, how can you, then obviously it must be yours.
That timing was at the same time as the announcement about Trump, too. I find that interesting as well.
Again, a lot of this has been timed to change, to distract the public. It's like everything I've talked about. You don't hear anyone talking about the global food crisis except me. No one talks about it. No one's talking about what's happening with the exercises of China and Iran and Russia across the world. No one's talking about the militarization of Southeast Asia or the Middle East. I'm like the only one in the United States talking about it. there's a reason.
Michael,
Yeah.
CNN spent over a week, 5 weekdays in a row, because Trump had 2 scoops of ice cream instead of 1.
I know. Total distraction. It's about the distraction.
I mean, but there's legitimate distractions. Then there's like, what the F? Did he dump all the food? And with the Prime Minister of Japan that got assassinated, he dumped all the food in the goldfish pond.
Mm-hmm.
That was a 3-day cycle.
I know.
It's insane. But anyway, though, I think he's going to come out of this. You know, he's going to be bruised up a little bit. There's going to be no question. He's going to be a little dinged up. It's kind of like when you get a new car and you get your first big ding in it, you know, you look for it and it's going to happen eventually. But it's still going to be fine. I think the worst that could possibly happen to Trump politically is he'll gain nothing and lose nothing. I think that's his worst case scenario.
I agree because it can't. There's nothing. They've done everything. They've thrown everything at him, and
well, yeah, it was funny. They tried to compare him to Ronald Reagan, and they used to call Ronald Reagan the Teflon president. Remember? Nothing stuck to him. And the one guy explained it. He said Trump's Teflon president. The guy goes, no, you don't get it. The reason why mud doesn't stick on Trump, not because he's a Teflon president, because he's already covered in mud and it can't stick to him.
Yeah, it's.
He's had so much stuff thrown at him. It's just people just roll their eyes and go, "Oh, another thing again."
Yeah, it's lost all of its impact. It's like calling someone a racist these days. They've said it to everyone all the time, every time. It doesn't have the same importance, significance.
But I think the one thing that Democrats screwed up on is the timing of this. It's going to be over a year before the presidential race really heats up. I think they did it too soon.
Oh, they are way... Well, again, it goes to, did they overplay their hand?
Maybe
yes.
They were coming up on the date of the 7-year call for the statute of limitations. Maybe they saw the calendar and saw they had no choice.
It could be that, or I think it more so has to do with the timing of all the news against Biden.
Plus, on top of that, my understanding is some stories that I've read from different sources, half of the district attorney's office in Manhattan basically said this is BS. And a whole bunch of top prosecutors in the last 2 or 3 months have walked away and quit.
Yeah, it's kind of like what happened with the January 6th prosecutors. They didn't want to put in treason. It wasn't appropriate. It wouldn't stick.
Yeah, because it's a waste of time.
Yeah, and they realize it.
And you got real criminals to go after.
Yeah, there are bigger issues.
So even among the progressives, I'm sure that almost every single prosecutor and lawyer in the DA's office in Manhattan is a liberal at minimum, if not a progressive, and even half of them said this is BS.
There's only so far you can twist everything on the basis
we'll
of
see
politics.
how Trump handles it. I think this, we need these mix-ups in our country every so often. If you look at history. As Jefferson used to say, a little revolution now and then is a good thing.
Yeah, a little, when it's a little.
But we're not going to have a shooting revolution, I hope, but a political one. And I think the parties are realigning. I think the Republicans are going in the correct direction, and I think the Democrats are on a suicide mission. We'll have to see how it works out.
Yeah. Well,
and,
it won't take long.
50 years from now, when we're all dead, the historians can look back and see it properly because we're right in it. We don't see it.
Yeah, the big picture is murky at this point, but
I think if somebody had predicted 10 years ago a scenario with Donald Trump as president and then losing and then going to court and running again, they would have laughed you out of the place. So no one really knows what the future holds.
I don't think there's much. 10 years ago, I don't think anyone would have imagined the scenarios that we are in at this moment.
I'm not concerned about Trump. I'm not concerned about the Republicans with this legal stuff, the Stormy Daniels money and all that. I'm more concerned about 10, 15 years from now, 5 years from now, when each side starts charging their own people with crimes just to get rid of their political enemies and it gets out of hand. That's my concern.
That's a serious concern, and I think it's valid because we're getting there. We're getting there.
Dan Bongino said it perfectly. He says, you get mugged by somebody, you go to the police. The police do an investigation on the description of the mugger, and they go to look for him. It was a crime committed, then you look for the perpetrator. In a police state, you get the perpetrator, and then you look for the crime. And that's very, very bad. That's KGB, Soviet Union stuff.
No, I agree. That is how crazy it gets.
So we're going to have to see if cooler heads prevail, but I doubt it. So, but these congressmen and governors and state legislators better stashing some money away in their legal funds, because they're going to start accusing each other of all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yeah. Well, let me do this.
Well, stay tuned, as they say.
Exactly. And let's see what some of the other people watching the program have
no
to
problem.
say.
All right, Mike, I'll see you.
All right. Thank you, John, for calling in.
All right, bye.
All right. So, folks, just like you've heard from John Cordisco, who has his own program, Cordisco's Corner, which, by the way, I forgot to mention this to him. Congratulations on reaching 5,000 subscribers. John is doing quite well, and I wish him all the success. I'm sure he's going to hit 10,000 subscribers very soon. And we're looking forward to seeing him hit even higher numbers to get more attention. At the same time, I would say, if you have found this to be interesting, educational, informative, even if you find it entertaining, please like, share, and subscribe. Please help us to get to 5,000, 10,000 subscribers. It costs nothing, but it means the world. It helps us with the algorithms to be able to reach more people around the world to hear what they all have to say, what you have to say, whether it's in the United Kingdom or in India, Peru, Canada. We know we reach all these places. Let's hear from more of the people around the world. So I do want to talk about that. And I do, again, give him congratulations on his success, and we hope he's going to continue. That's Cordisco's Corner. So John brought up some very interesting questions, and before we get to talking about the Biden gun control, the executive order he put out, whether or not that's going to have an impact on the United States or the rest of the world, let me ask you this. What do you think about the Trump arrest? Do you think there are going to be violent protests? Do you think it's going to devolve into an Antifa protest that we have seen across this nation, to autonomous zones, which are insurrectionist, like we have seen in Portland, like we have seen in Austin, in Boulder, Colorado, New York City, Seattle, Atlanta? Atlanta had that, where a 8-year-old child was killed because of the insurrectionist autonomous zone. That's what the left is telling the public right now. That's the answer that they're trying to give when you read the articles from CNN and the rest of the major left-wing news media. They're talking about, oh my God, we're going to see autonomous zones across America. They're all going to be white supremacists. And that's it. It's the end of the universe. It's the end of the world because Trump is asking for violence. By the way, they didn't have that same opinion when they were listening to people like Maxine Waters. When Maxine Waters was saying that there needed to be, when she was talking about just a year ago, and Maxine Waters was calling for more Antifa, more insurrection, more of the autonomous zones, that the public should come out and start and protest more and be more violent in their protests. You didn't see the left saying that America was going to end or this was the end of America as we know it. They were cheering Maxine Waters on. They were happy about that. They've been very happy about it. And when I say this, I want to be very clear, as I show you right now. Maxine Waters was on MSNBC saying that the right is trying to organize domestic terrorists, that the protest against Trump being arrested was about domestic terrorism. But at the same time, that same Maxine Waters was more than happy to go out and to tell people to attack, to confront Republicans just because they were Republicans and they believed in Trump. She was out having no problem saying that to the public and being recorded for that. She had no problem going out, and I had the other video, well, like I said, going out to Minneapolis and saying there has to be more confrontation, there has to be more protests, those protests being violent. Literally, when she was speaking a year ago in Minneapolis, it was 45 minutes later that there was a drive-by shooting 3 blocks away from where she had spoken, where she called for more violence, where she called for more activist protests, more insurrection. There's a pattern here, folks. You don't see the right doing that. You don't. They love to point to J6, but as we heard on this program, when we got, excuse me, when we got the call from Graham in California, 300,000 people were on the Capitol grounds. They didn't take over the government. They didn't burn down the Capitol building. They didn't burn down the church across the street from the White House. They didn't go around D.C. destroying buildings and cars and property. That didn't happen. That only happens in where we see insurrection zones. At this moment, we see that in Atlanta with the defenders of the Atlanta forest who are trying to burn down a police training center. Keywords, police training center, where police are being trained to better serve the people of Atlanta, where firefighters are being trained to better serve the people of Atlanta. Emergency medical services are being trained there. And Antifa decided they don't like it. And because they don't like it, you can't have it. The people of Atlanta can't have it. These are people who come from Maine. They come from Canada. They come from France. They have nothing to do with the state of Georgia, let alone the city of Atlanta, and they're trying to impose their will. That's called coercion. That's called violence. That's called fear-mongering. And that is insurrectionist by definition. And the left is perfectly fine with that. But they take their fantasies of the right doing exactly what the left is already doing, what progressives already do across this nation. There are autonomous zones at this moment across America. And you don't hear the left saying we have to stop those, that they have to be shut down, that they are insurrectionists. They're saying, no, this is perfectly fine. It's all great. Because Trump is evil. Because he's never done anything right, which is demonstrably false. They want you to have this emotional reaction without thinking it through. They don't want you to think about what happens when Antifa, everywhere Antifa and BLM, when they have put together a autonomous zone, every single place that has happened at, there is violence and there are innocent Americans who have been injured, their lives destroyed. Every single time. There is no exception to that. There is none. Everywhere in America, everywhere you can look, everywhere there has been an autonomous zone, an insurrection by the far left, there has been violence, and it has hurt the poor and minorities in every single city, every single time. That is empirically correct. And yet, you can't say the same thing about the right. You can't say the same thing about protests that have been involved that have taken the side of President Trump or the right in general. So why are we terrified? Why is the left trying to get everyone to react as if Maxine Waters, like there was an equivalent to Maxine Waters on the right, that there was some kind of right-leaning autonomous zone in America? There isn't one anywhere in America. Think about that. There is not one autonomous zone in America that is right-leaning. Not one. But yet, the reaction from the left is, oh, that's going to happen. It's never happened. Does that not make you think, especially for those who are on the far left, does that not give you pause to realize that the left has gone so extreme, there is no equivalent on the right? None. The system is unbalanced. There is no equivalency. This is the fruition of equity. I think this is important to understand and remember. This is what the left has been asking for. They want more confusion, more chaos, more violence. They want less police. They want you to be in fear. And the reason why they want you to have fear is because then you won't stop and ask, what are the consequences? You won't stop and ask, what are you doing? Do you have the right to do this? Do you have the constitutional right to do the things you are doing? No, you're too busy saying, I'm afraid, do something. Not bothering to ask, what are they doing and what is the effect? And if it's efficient or effective, you're not asking that. You're saying, do something, I'm afraid. And they're using that as a power grab to maintain their power and expand their power. You don't have to like Trump. That is meaningless to me. You have to be aware of what is being done and the consequences of what is being done. That is important to me. Trump is just the front man. He's just the scapegoat. He's the example. Even if you think he's guilty, which no evidence has come up that proves that he is guilty. They've been trying for 7 years to find something to find him guilty on. It has never happened. And they have been spending tens of millions of your dollars to find something. And they have nothing. Because it is meant to occupy your mind in the same way that MILF Manor is meant to occupy your mind. It is meant to distract you. It is meant to keep you looking away, while the result is that they have more power and they have less oversight by the public. They have less interaction from the public. They are silencing you, destroying the First Amendment, destroying your ability to have conversation. That's why this channel is censored by YouTube, by Facebook, by Twitter, by Google. They suppress us on a regular basis. They censor us on a regular basis. They censor your comments. I know people have told me how they've tried to make comments and YouTube won't let them make comments. I've never shut down anyone. I have never blocked anyone on this channel from making a comment on the right or the left. They don't want you to speak. They don't want you to think. They want you to be afraid. Because when you're afraid, you are desperate. You are compliant. And therefore, they can do what they want, which is why we don't see an answer to what's our exit strategy from Iraq. We're 20 years in. There is no exit strategy. There is no answer to the global food shortage. There is no answer or exit strategy about the Ukraine. There is no answer or any plan to deal with Southeast Asia and China, to live and support our allies. We have no response to Iran as they keep developing ICBMs, as they are exporting weapons to Yemen and to Africa and to Russia. We have no answer because they have made you afraid. They have you fearful of things that don't exist. You're chasing ghosts. It doesn't matter if you like Trump or not. Look at the bigger picture. Look at the bigger problem, the bigger concern. It's not Trump. It's your freedom. And regardless of how you feel about Trump, that fear, that reality still exists. He's just a convenient shield, a dog and pony show. Again, if you think I'm wrong, you can call in 607-242-9247. Again, I ask any leader of the Democratic Party, of the of the progressive movement, any elected official across America, if you think I am wrong, if you think I have misunderstood, if you think there is evidence that counters what I am saying, call in 607-242-9247. Leave a chat message. Explain your position. Show us the evidence. Don't give us more emotions. Give us the evidence, because I don't see it. It doesn't exist. Okay, so let's deal with this. I want to get to Joe Biden's gun control as an example. I want to talk about the executive order by Joe Biden and how it's going to affect the United States and therefore the world. But thank you for calling to No Soundbites Allowed. This is Michael, your host. May I ask what's your first name?
Hi, Mike. It's me, John.
Hey, John. What's going on?
Not much. I know you want to talk about Joe Biden's gun control, but first, there's a topic I wanted to talk about that I've actually been seeing more and more recently.
Okay.
And that I think, I would like to get your take on it and your opinion and see what's going on. So the big topic I've been seeing recently is AI.
Oh, artificial intelligence. Okay.
Yes. Specifically with the Chat GPT program. So I know you don't watch it, but recently South Park did a whole episode on Chat GPT, and it's kind of been blowing up, and it's become a major talking point. And to be honest, it has me a bit worried, Mike.
Oh, well, I'm very concerned about AI in general, but what specifically is the concern for you?
A couple things here. One, what worries me is it seems like a lot of people are now using the AI to do their work for them.
Yes.
So take, for example, Sports Illustrated.
Yep. ESPN.
Yes. They use Chat GPT to help write their articles or get ideas from their articles. Now,
yeah. So is BuzzFeed.
Yeah. So it raises the question, well, are we becoming more and more reliant and using less critical thinking skills?
Yes. That's why we have Grammarly. Seriously.
Do you think, and I mean, is it going to get to the point, right? And the big concern in the episode, and I think that really hit the nail on the head for me, was obviously we have our education system, right? And the purpose of it is to educate. Whether it does or not, that's up for debate. But one of the big issues is that they were using Chat GPT to write their papers for them. Are we going to get to that point where we're letting AI do the work for you? And let's just say, I mean, is it going to be indistinguishable from human writing to the point where it's almost cheating in a way, right? There's no critical thinking anymore.
No, it's not cheating. It's not like cheating. It is cheating. And we are already there. And I point to, and I've always been saying, I hate Grammarly. Because instead of learning 6th grade English, Grammarly does it for you. Instead of picking up a dictionary or a thesaurus, it does it for you. It is inserting the words and changing the meanings of what you are writing. And that's whether it's a letter, an email, a chat, it's changing all of that. That is the same basis that we now see AI and Chat GPT. It's the same cause.
I think it's to a more extreme level, though. Grammarly, you're right, will change words and things like that. Chat GPT will write the entire essay for you.
I understand, but this is the further extension. Here's the problem. If you don't understand 6th grade English, you have autocorrect and you have Grammarly to write things for you. You don't have the ability to identify when an AI is writing an entire article, like in BuzzFeed, where it's talking about politics. You don't know the difference. You can't see what the difference is between a human being and an artificial writer. So it's because those are the root of the problem that allows things like AI and Chat GPT to then further guide you. You don't have the critical ability to recognize and challenge that because you've been dumbed down too much. AI, Chat GPT is only the next step in that same process of being dumbed down. And I don't trust it. And it's already being used. We know it's being used by ESPN. It's being used by Sports Illustrated, but it's also being used by BuzzFeed. That's politics. It's already being used against you because they think you've been dumbed down enough not to recognize the difference. That's
and I think
a big
the problem is we don't. I mean, it's getting to the point, and this kind of goes in with my other real major problem with this. The people who are writing this AI, I mean, people have to remember, at the end of the day, artificial intelligence is created by someone, right? There's a human behind it. And we've seen this with Chat GPT. It has a very far left liberal slant.
Well, that's because what does Chat GPT and most of the AI, where are they getting their information from? An internet and news media that is dominated by the left. So it's overwhelmingly, it's teaching based. If you've only been taught the satanic temple, you don't know what other religions exist. You don't recognize that there's any other choice. If you've been isolated and that's all you get to see, well, that's all you believe. So it doesn't know the difference. Again, it's a program. It only pulls from what it can reach. And the programmer is only telling it to look in certain places. It's like it's like the algorithms that we see now on YouTube, what we see previously in Twitter, what we've seen in Google. It's designed to point you. You go to YouTube right now, and you're looking. You type in political discussion or political live stream. You're not going to find this channel or probably dozens, hundreds of other chats like this on politics. You're going to get MSNBC, you're going to get CBS, you're going to get the mainstream major media approved messaging. You'll get Stephen Colbert. You won't get Steven Crowder or Ben Shapiro or myself. You're not going to get us because they've designed the algorithm to avoid us, to not see us and not allow our voice. Forget amplify, let our voice get out there. They're amplifying the approved messaging. Same thing with chat. It's amplifying only one thing because it was told only to look in one place.
Right. And if I can push back a little bit.
Sure.
So my problem with it is that, and this is an example of Chat GPT, and here's what I'm kind of talking about. I don't think it's just taking from the whole internet, because the problem is that these programmers have specifically made it so Chat GPT will not discuss certain political topics or keep to one stance. So instead of learning from the internet or learning from its user base, it's been programmed to give a pre-response or say, don't talk about this, right? You can't talk about, let's say election integrity or certain issues that they've been programmed not to. So now people have found workarounds for that. And it's quite interesting if you read the back and forth, because a couple people have found workarounds to that. But my problem is if I use ChatGPT to look something up, let's say I have a question on, like I said, I have a question about, a voting machine or something along those lines. It is programmed and written in the programming to only give certain responses, not from the whole internet. It's not learning. It's giving specific responses. Like, it's already been pre-programmed. This is what you have to say if X is said.
Yeah, and you get
that's
same thing with the pandemic.
That's scary.
Yeah, it is scary, but again, that's the example I'm using. It's not the AI in theory could be good, but it is used as a weapon, and it is focused in a specific way. And at the core of the problem is that people aren't being trained to think for themselves. They are being trained to just obey and to not question. So that's why we can't see. That's where the true problem is. Separate of AI, I don't like AI as is.
I can agree.
I'm very much along the Asimov problems of AI, especially without the 3 rules, which I think is a problem. It takes us down a very dark path because it has no restrictions, and even those restrictions can be abused, but there are no restrictions. It is being used as a weapon, as a tool to further obedience, not dialogue, not conversation, not expanding. And that's a problem. And that's where I see the problem.
No, I think you're right on the money. And it's so crazy to me because it's flying right under people's noses. And I don't know if schools themselves can correct, let's say, going back to the educational system, right?
Yeah.
Lack of critical thinking. Schools cannot go fast enough to figure out if ChatGPT is writing articles or not. It's going to take a little while, right?
It should
Let's be frank.
You know what? No, it should be absolutely blatantly obvious. I'll give you an example of why it should be. And here's the problem. When I was in, high school, and I was taking high school English. I was very good. I'm a good writer. Okay, fair enough. I have talent with that. Fine. I wrote a paper for myself, and a friend of mine asked me to write a paper for them. No problem. It was on one of Shakespeare. I think it was King Lear that we wrote the paper on. And I had read it once before, and I basically skimmed it over and wrote the paper because I didn't care. And then I wrote a version of the paper I wrote for my buddy because he was absolutely failing. And so even if I did a half-assed job, I'd get him a D, and that would be a massive improvement for his score. I got caught. My teacher caught this, and she caught this for two reasons. One, when she read my paper, she's like, "Mike, did you read this? It's like you read it, but did you like use what is that book? There's the book that abbreviates all the long stuff. I forget.
Cliff Notes?
Cliff
Spark
Notes.
Notes?
Yeah. Did you look at Cliff Notes? There was only Cliff Notes back then. Were you looking at the Cliff Notes or something? I said, no, I had read it and I just worked off of memory. She goes, it shows. It shows in the writing that you were working off of memory, not actually reading it. And she goes, so that's how I got caught. And the reason why he got caught is back then, while I was a good writer, I wasn't good at adapting my writing to his style. I didn't read anything he had ever wrote. So I was using words and ideas he never had. So she's like, he couldn't write this. If he wanted to write this, he couldn't write this because he doesn't use those words. He doesn't know those words or that way of writing. So she's like, as soon as I saw it, I knew it was you. That's your style. That's your way of writing. Teachers today haven't been trained how to write themselves, so they can't identify when someone's using Chat GPT. You should be able to look at someone's writing. If you've seen their writing ever, you should, especially as an English teacher, as an example, I should be able to read what you wrote, and it should be consistent, your style, on everything you've written. And if it isn't, then I know something's wrong. If the teachers can't identify that, then they have failed. They were failed as a student, and now they're failing the future students. That's the problem. Do you see what I mean?
Oh, absolutely. I think you're right on the money. And I think, one, you're right on the money, too. The other problem is, even if we did have these teachers who could pick out the writing styles, right? What if the student just starts the school year and never had the student before and just continuously used Chat GPT? Right?
You'll still know, because ask the student a question. Again, writing and speaking are only expressions of the way you think. So all I have to do to understand if you wrote something or not is to ask you a question on even a similar topic. If you cannot, the way I speak is similar to the way I write. I use the same kind of terms, the same kind of words, the same kind of pacing. So again, if I'm a teacher and I understand what to look for, if I understand English, then it becomes apparent, even if everything you've ever written is the same, and if I ask you a question and your speech isn't the same as your writing, it's apparent. But that takes someone who's paying attention to the details. It's someone who understands the basics of English. And if you don't understand those basics, which more and more people don't, then you'll never see the problem. And here, I'll give you another problem with it that you haven't thought of, that I just thought of. Here it is. Here's the scariest part. Imagine that you have a minority. I don't care what minority you want to pick. Pick any minority at all. And that minority has only used Chat GPT throughout their schooling system. And a teacher does recognize that they don't speak in the same way that they write, that they don't use the same kind of words or patterns. And they know they therefore have a reason to believe that they're not the same. Okay. And now the system has told them, because of equity, because of critical race theory, because of intersectionality, they can't call that out. There's your bigger problem. For the teachers who do see the difference, they can't say anything depending on who the student is, because equity says you have to let it go. You have to approve of that. It's okay. That's even worse. And that's the reality we are in right now. That's the bigger problem about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I just thought of that now, but do you see why I think that's even worse of a problem?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think you're right on the money. It's going to be interesting to see in the future, and I think normally I'm never for, spending money, but I think we need some kind of tool in order to bring back critical thinking in some way, shape, or form.
Well, the answer is get rid of critical race theory, get rid of equity in the school system in terms of grading, especially in terms of grading. Throw that out the window. Let teachers teach. First, teach the teachers properly, and then teach them to teach. And if we do that, it's fine, because people will be able to critically think. They will be able to express themselves. Don't settle for, well, that person's black or Hispanic. They don't know as much as everyone else. You know what? Just because they can't use proper English, they don't know how to use the words properly, they don't know how to write a sentence properly, it's okay because they're black or they're Hispanic. Are you insult? That is an insult. That is evil. The answer is show them the dictionary, show them the thesaurus, and tell them, figure it out. Look up the words, understand the meanings, figure it out to say it properly. Don't give them the excuse, well, you're black, so it's okay. I'm sorry, you have just done a disservice to that child, to that community. You are being evil. Teach them. Don't accept, don't affirm. Again, that's a big thing nowadays. Affirm. Well, I'm just affirming the fact that they're black and it's systemic racism, so I have to affirm them. No, teach them. Teach them and treat them the way they should be treated. That answer is wrong. That process is cheating. Do better. Here's the tool. Do it right or you fail. Period. I don't care if you're 22 and you're still in high school. Until you get it right, you're going to keep going through this system. You have failed, because if I don't, you're going to go out into the real world and then you're going to fail even worse. And that's going to have consequences, especially if you wind up having kids, you have a family. It's going to be even more of a burden on society and yourself. Do it right the first time. Do you see what I mean?
I do, Mike. Absolutely. I think you're right on the money. I want to thank you for letting me call in. I know you have quite a few comments about different things, it seems like. So
Yeah.
I'll let you get to the show. And thank you again for letting me call in, Mike.
Oh, absolutely. No problem at all. Thank you for calling in. So folks, that was yet another call we got. Oops, sorry. Turned off the wrong thing. Excuse me. So that was yet another call we received. John calling in. And just like John, you too can call in from anywhere in the world to share a question about an issue that you think is important. Is ChatGPT AI, is that important? And again, one of my problems with AI is there is no proper limitation on it. I think Isaac Asimov, he wrote a very important thing about that. Oh, we have another call coming right in. Hello, and thank you for calling in. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael. And what's the first name of who's called?
Hey, Mike, it's Jason.
Oh, hey, Jason. How you doing?
Good. Yeah, so I wanted to talk a little about the chat, GPT or whatever the heck it's called now. So my perspective on it has always been, to me, it's just an extension of, what we see as far as information being pumped through Google. I mean, to me, it's just like if I typed in Google and I ask a question, or I try to find out certain facts and topics, generally Google's going to rank, what I can see and what information is going to be there. When it comes to any specific topic, I mean, I think, look, there's certain definitions that have been changed even within Google, or Google actually probably, take some of the information off of what was it? Even off of Webster. So it's like the question is that, where's the information coming from that you're going to get the definitions of certain words and topics, first of all. And, from there, I mean, if those basic, definitions are being changed, then anything that, an AI scans, and feeds back to you will be basically, derived from whoever, created those definitions or words, or whatever it's scanning from. And I think that, first off, is probably one of the bigger, problems that we have. I mean, you talk about the AI completely being able to take away any sort of critical thinking from a person. And I think that it's interesting because the thing is that even nowadays, it's like when it comes to being able to use a search engine, you actually have to critically think, and try to think, okay, how do I word, this question, or how do I, word like, what I'm asking to try to get the search engine to actually queue up, information that is valuable to you. But when somebody's already on the other end, with their, pretty much, hand there, on the throttle, kind of deciding what you can actually get and what information you have, then, they are, controlling the conversation. And, you think about even right now when it comes to, all social media platforms, when it came to ideas and information, look at everything got, you yourself, your conversations that you had on, YouTube were completely being throttled because not only were certain keywords you're not able to have, certain conversations you're not able to have, but you actually had to word things in a way, to actually express yourself so you wouldn't get banned from these platforms. And so, there's everything, is already being controlled. Now, I think that when it comes to these AIs, it's just a quicker way, to get information that's already out there,
But let me interject. I disagree to an extent because if you have a proper understanding of basic fundamentals, not only can you recognize when you're being guided, when you're being restricted, you can also find ways to work around that restriction. Because, as an example, when I'm doing research on all the topics that I bring to people and all the videos that we do, whether it's the Sunday live stream or the stuff I do throughout the week, I run into the same problem where, oh, here's the only answer. I have to seek out, oh, what's the BBC saying? What's the Japan Times saying? What's being said by the Hindustan Times? The different voices around the world for these objects, or even different voices here in America. And it's because this keyword will not give me the source I want, or this source is highly restrictive. Understanding that, recognizing that, I go a different route. And that's why I say it's important to understand the fundamentals and the basics, because even when someone tries to restrict you, you can identify that and try and find a solution around it, because the information is there. There's too much information on the internet in the world. It's the Library of Alexandria. If you know how to search for it, or if you're trying to, you can find it. Just sometimes it's harder than other times. Does that make sense to what you're saying?
Yeah, but I think though when it comes to, like, for example, just Google alone, I mean, it could basically purge, certain, search results or certain sites, that have different ideas completely from their search engine, or they could suppress it too so far that they're on the 30th page, and so they devalue certain information that is extremely relevant. Yeah, I mean, you are, you're able, well, you're actually naming specific sources that have, different content and ideas. But I'm even thinking about this though, is that, okay, we're thinking about an AI maybe with one idea that's being programmed by one person that, is going to be, like, for example, they are liberally, it would be liberally slanted, just like that one that basically said you can't say a swear word to, defuse a nuclear bomb. Okay. That obviously is progressive, but you can actually have somebody who with more conservative values that basically punches the thing in to actually have its own set of values and commands that, help it navigate, the internet. But I think that the biggest problem is though, is that, I mean, well, maybe it won't be a problem because, I mean, well, that's another thing though, is just that honestly, Google would just actually lose its power because if somebody else is able to scan and spider, all the internet, and come to its own conclusions, then really all you have competing AIs against each other, searching information, and people will have the opportunity to actually seek out information, that they want or they trust based upon the AI that they search through. I don't know. I mean, that could
Actually,
actually open it up for a more free market, honestly.
actually, I see yet another problem. You just identified another problem I'm coming to from listening to you. Is that okay? So now we're going to have competing Chat GPT AI devices, and they're going to become as partisan as the rest of the internet is becoming, as much as society in the world is becoming. And you're going to have the right wing or right leaning conservative GPT AI versus the liberal AI. And now, and people, especially since we have taught people to go by authority bias, people are going to say, okay, well, this one has an authority that I accept, and that authority I don't accept. So that AI is wrong. And the truth is that both AIs have elements of what is the truth or more information, and both of them are isolating the parts they don't like. It's more divisive. The matter of fact, it's yet another reason to say why we shouldn't be expanding this, because we are expanding the division, especially in America, but also because of our ideas being exported to the rest of the world. We're dividing the world. It's even more divisive because it will have more competing isolation being directed towards people. Does that make sense?
I mean, it could. I mean, if every person wanted to truly become extremely tribalistic and just have only one set of ideas, they could split. But the thing is that honestly, with anything, that it seems like the AI would actually increase more of a freer market and more ideas, because not that you just have two different programs, maybe you have a third one, and again, competition, would go. And thing is that people generally, if allowed to think, they would want more information, and to have more things fought out in front of them. And look at right now, as we've seen though, is that the monopolies is actually what causes the restriction of information. And when you look at Google, when you look at Facebook, when you look at all these different platforms, they've had a monopoly. But if you have AIs that can easily be programmed by anybody, or then that pretty much opens up a complete free market of ideas, because there's no value on just using Google to get your information, or to have that to go through that simple route, because the AI would be able to go like. And the thing, then the other argument you're making about with it being tribalistic and more divisive. I mean, the other part is that you think about our history is just like, look at, we've already had newspapers in the past, like for example, you've had the Democrat Chronicle, or maybe the Republican Post or something like that, and they were definitely defined based upon parties and specific ideologies,
Yeah.
and that honestly was far more restrictive in the number of options that you had, because now today, I mean, technically, to write newspapers would take a lot more energy and effort to put forward, and so you would basically only have a few. But now with, I mean, AI, I mean, what says that you can't have a million different AI programs out there, and people are going to flock to the ones that give them probably the biggest amount of information. Now look at, I
But
mean, I
before you go
huh?
further, I want to interject that in terms of the example of newspapers, there actually used to be more newspapers with more varying spectrum of coverage than exists today. We've actually restricted it so much that we are left with, again, the authority bias that we seek today. It's because we increased the regulation and we increased the partisanship. And further, to take on the argument, the discussion about the internet. At the very beginning of the internet, when Google was first coming out and we had Yahoo as a search engine as well, the same argument was made that, well, this will open it up and everyone will have freedom, except it was then tooled down to be restrictive to get to where we are today. The algorithms shrank, not expanded. And that's why we're running into this problem where now it's very difficult to see different forms of ideas. So that's my problem is it isn't, again, it's not the newspaper, it's not the internet search engines, it's not even necessarily chat. Again, I don't like AI, that's a separate discussion. But it's not the tool, it's the way the tool has been created and how it is restrictive. And at the root of it, people don't know enough to identify and recognize that restriction and that constraint. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I mean, the big thing is the question is that I think the thing that we should worry about, just like anything, is look at. I mean, we had a situation where you had um the Democrat administration working with the FBI to basically tell Facebook and Twitter what they can say and what they couldn't allow on the actual platforms to influence people. And the question is that I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that the administration is going to want to regulate this technology to benefit their control over the populace. And honestly, I think that this new technology actually puts them on their heels because it's another thing that they are not in a position to regulate. And so unless it's completely controlled as we've seen by a left wing bias, then they're not going to be able to do that. Because the thing is, one of the things about the free market and what's already happened with the chat software is the fact that everybody's calling bullshit on it because they're saying a bunch of left wingers wrote it and are editing out any sort of information that I seem to be valid. And so you've already got a situation where people now are craving competition, and they're demanding it. So somebody's going to come up and actually produce, and then produce some sort of competition. Again, not unless the federal government comes in there and just regulates the crap out of everything, so you only have one source of information or one AI that basically can that you can get your information from. So, but I don't see it being that right now.
Well, I see it. Again, I think that's where the path leads to. And I think the resolution to it, the potential problem, isn't just because I'm not saying that you're wrong, that we need more competition and that competition will benefit, but I think that we have to also take into account what we have seen in the past. DuckDuckGo, as an example, exists as an alternative to Google. Google controls 85% of all the traffic, and their algorithms define the internet overwhelmingly. That wasn't always the case. I remember, I'm old enough to know life before the internet and watch the internet develop and all these programs and algorithms develop over decades. So I can see it. I have a different perspective, per se, that I've seen the real world result. And that's where my concerns come from and why I say these are the essential things we have to watch out for. Because DuckDuckGo, being competitor to Google, isn't much different than what we saw with Yahoo search engines versus Google initially. And then the system was abused. The system was purposely abused in some cases. And like you point out, as we now learn, we see that the government and elements of the government have been part and parcel to that restriction in direct opposition of the First Amendment. Like we see with the Twitter files, what we believe is true in the Facebook and Google, YouTube doing the same thing. But the answer to all of those is to return to the core basics, as well as removing that restriction in terms of regulation, unreasonable regulation, that will free us up. Without having that core, and without having that lifting of the restrictions, the constraints, then it doesn't matter how many engines there are, there will always be a problem. And that problem will always be divisive.
Well, I mean, to some degree, I see the way that, the market actually kind of went in the direction where, Google became the monopoly when it came to, the search engine, and part of that, had to deal with, as well as advertisers, and where businesses, wanted to, put themselves, because I mean, as people have a tendency, or our business have a tendency, where you want to concentrate on where you're getting the most eyeballs, and the most views, and you want to, kind of, capitalize on that particular, area. And Google, pretty much, ate up all the advertisers, and a lot of, that specific market. And so even though maybe they didn't have, or still, don't have the best, search engine, or have a lot of, features that aren't the greatest, the fact that they have, a lot of money in the advertisers, and they have that entrenched, market, that puts them ahead. The thing is that I don't know, when it comes to like the AI, whether or not the advertising revenue, and that sort of nature, will have the same effect on that industry. I mean, it may, um, but I think it might actually reshuffle the deck a little bit when it's introduced in that way.
If it's introduced in that way.
Yeah.
Keyword is if. And in the current environment, I'm not sure that that's the case.
Yeah, I don't know.
And again, because I can't be sure of that being the case, and the likelihood in the environment that we find ourselves in, with the government, with the intrusion, with the constraints that are being put on, and some are being planned even worse. What's his name? The senator out of Blumenthal, Senator Blumenthal out of Connecticut, is looking to increase the government censorship on the internet. That they are putting the government directly interfering in the process of finding information, as he wants to restructure Article 230 to put more government intervention in, and more restriction and more constraints. That's where my fears come from. That's why I have those fears, because they have made these statements in 2018, 2019, and they're continuing today.
And it is concerning. I mean, look at the most simple, definitions, are now considered hate speech. I mean, if you say that a man can't have a period, I mean, right there, you're a bigot, So it's like, and you can't search on, I mean, you can't find a dictionary which is going to tell you anything other than the fact that a man can have a period. So, that's where the Democrat, party is actually leading our our entire country, and the internet, and so, are they going to force these, AIs to basically, are going to be calibrated to filter out, that information the same way that they want to, filter out the dictionary, so.
And I believe the answer to that is yes.
Yeah.
And I think that because the answer to that is yes, then the answer is further the equivalent and a opposite effect is what you're going to see take hold in the in AIs that are created to counter it. They're going to say, okay, well, the balance is that I have to give more of a right-leaning bias, which again doesn't serve the purpose, the ultimate and ideal purpose of, well, here's just the information.
Yeah, and I don't really, like you're saying there's going to be right-wing information. I just don't see that. I just see it being as a more and open and free. Look, I mean, as far as, and this is one of the things about kind of just being open and free. I think that the tendency for, especially, for conservatives, I mean, they've always, well, more now, it's just like they've gone more to a libertarian perspective of basically letting all information, flow, rather than having any sort of restrictions, on information, even though certain things I would, deem, to, strict due to, with, when it comes to, violence of people, and certain pornographic information that is like with children and other things, I mean, that sort of restriction I still believe. But then there's, like I said, you've got the progressive group is just, they want a complete total free for all, and then just to restrict those things that basically are counter to their ideology, again, when it comes to just basic definitions of gender. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, as far, and then, I mean, you mentioned some other things about AI, as far as, basic spelling, grammar, and other stuff. I mean, look, I've seen that stuff, for many years, kind of worm its way in. And I think that when it comes to certain, you know, spelling and thinking and, that sort of, you know, ability, I think that, yeah, there's definitely a weakness, that's developed when you're actually depending upon, those programs to do that. But as far as the critical thinking themselves, or as far as ideas, um, I think again that is really going to be mostly based on the information that's available to you, and available to be presented to you. I mean, if only
But
one information's provided for you, like for example, you just search, the internet, and they say that, without a doubt that, the man definition is somebody who can have, man can have periods. Then that's the only thing that's what you're gonna understand. That's what you're gonna know. But if there's the counter, idea that's been around forever, except for like 10 seconds ago, that's going to actually define, what a man and a woman are,
yeah, but
um,
but you have to understand that if you do not understand the language, whether it's English, Spanish, German, whatever it is, doesn't matter what language it is. If you do not understand your language, if you do not understand how to convey ideas from your mind to another person to communicate, whether it's written, verbal, any other means, then you can't think. You aren't a thinking being. You have degraded that has degraded you to the status of a slave, and anything that is presented to you at that point is acceptable. And whether it's saying that men are anatomically or are not defined by their basic genetic differences from women, and you'll accept that because you don't have the basic understanding, the basic concept of comprehension to dispute that. It flies in the face of everything. So that's
yeah,
why I'm so against the core, because you can present to me all day long that that you feel that gender is fluid and immutable, and yet because I can understand English, I can find the science is the science, is the fact, is empirical, and that is unchangeable. It is a fact. They can change the definition all they want, and yet if I understand and comprehend and I look, I will find the scientific empirical evidence that says that isn't correct, and I will understand it because I have the basic comprehension and understanding and critical thinking. If I don't have that, then I accept whatever I'm told. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I totally understand that. Look, I mean, even myself, it's like, I was curious about, different diets. Like when, I mean, one of the big diets now is the ketogenic diet. And, my curiosity is exactly, how does that work in your body? And so what did I do? I mean, I literally went and, studied cellular energy metabolism so I can have a better understanding of how the body processes,
Mm-hmm.
food sources and energy. And
Right.
so, I mean, that's a form of critical thinking that,
Exactly.
could get to the root.
Exactly. And that's based on empirical data that
Yeah,
you can evaluate,
right.
and you can either accept it or not, or you can find conflicting empirical evidence or unknowns, and then weigh your decisions based on all of that. But
Yep.
if you can't comprehend it, then it doesn't matter what's on the page. You'll accept whatever you're told because you can't comprehend the difference, even if it's presented to you.
Yeah.
That's
I
my
mean,
fear.
yeah. I mean, it is. Well, that's tricky because thing is then you. I mean, for me to want to understand that topic, at a cellular level, it came to a point where I mean, I had to, not only learn, obviously about basic biology, which ironically is something that our Supreme Court justice can't even figure out.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a lot of different, chemistry concepts as well too, and also math, that was applied into it. So I mean, it was a huge, I would call it the liberal arts of, science that, kind of gave me the basis so I could actually better understanding that specific topic, from kind of, being able to deconstruct that idea. But I don't know. I mean, look, I think that in my opinion, I see if there is massive competition among different, creators of the AI, and they're able to scan the internet at fully and be fully unrestricted in their scannings and be able to access information, across, all sources. And, and if you're still able to ask, questions to narrow them in, I think AI really can honestly, in my mind, it just facilitates, and increases the speed at which you can come to those conclusions. Like certain ideas that I even had in questions while I was actually researching, like things like, the ketogenic, diet and the cellular energy metabolism. I had other questions that I literally was constantly Googling to try to actually help me understand that topic. And with an AI there, and a better access, to, the internet, I think that, it would actually just quicken, the ability to get, the information that I would want. But again, if there's roadblocks being put on certain ideas, and concepts, and things are forbidden, like, oh geez, you can't say, the N word to, save the entire planet, then that sort of thing, basically, you're going to be, fed whatever, some programmer wants you to eat,
No,
But I don't,
guess. Mhm.
huh?
I said, I guess. I can see your point. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's it's an ongoing discussion, and we need to have more of these discussions. We need to have a real understanding of the concept. Again, it goes back to what I've said earlier in the show. We have to talk about consequences, not what happens tomorrow, not how we feel this second, but what's the consequence 5 years from now? What's the consequence 10 years from now? Where is this going? What can it and can't it do? Or what should it do or not do? We have to have that conversation, because if we just keep going based on how we feel right this second and how we'll feel tomorrow, we are going to make the wrong choices. That's
Yeah,
true in politics. That's true in everyday life.
Well, I think that the majority of the resistance that we will find just with any sort of, technology that is extremely deflationary, and basically where it takes away, energy, basically means you need less, time, less jobs, less, people doing, certain things, is just a displacement of that new, technology. And so people, having to find, out how they fit in a world where, again, their job is now being substituted by a, very, efficient and effective, mechanism. I think that honestly is kind of that could be, more scarier and a big thing, because the solution that Democrats always have when it comes to replacing, people is basically, universal, wages, or, just taking away any sort of, a person's ability to do any form of work, or, and, there's always that group that has, throughout history, I mean, if you look at it, they're always saying, well, geez, if this technology comes, then all these people are going to be out of work forever. And then, and then this technology comes, then, we're in the point, and the only solution to fix that problem is simply having a basic income across in socialization, throughout society. And that, I think, is what I worry about, is more about the reaction to the technology, and how, the socialization is going to happen, because of the technology, rather than actually the technology itself, and the worries about being controlled by, whether it's, Democrats or whatever political, person who wants to try to weld that information.
No, it gives a lot of food for thought, man. It gives a lot of food for thought.
Yeah.
But that's one ongoing conversation I think we need to continue to have on this program and in the society as a whole. But let me do this. I do want to get to a couple of other things.
Yep.
And I know there's a whole battle going on in chat right now. It's kind of funny. But I do want to address a couple other things, like the executive orders by Biden. I want to talk about the satanic temple and what people can do about things like that. So I do want to jump into that real quick. Let me get to that, and I think there may be at least one person wants to call in.
Great.
And I want to give them a chance to talk as well. Is that all right?
Yep, sounds good. All right, I'll talk to you later.
All right.
Bye.
Thank you, Jason. All right, folks. So, again, you have the opportunity to speak and have your voice heard at 607-242-9247. That's open to anyone in the world about what we're discussing and anything else that may be on your mind. To address all of the issues, whether you agree or disagree with the channel, you will be treated with respect. If you attack me personally, tell me I'm ugly, you tell me I'm dumb, you say I'm old, then forget it. That will not be tolerated. But if you want to have a conversation about the issues, that you have a different conclusion, a different reasoning, especially if you have sources, I am happy to have that discussion with you. And that's what this program's about. It's not one-sided. It's open. And as you have heard with Jason, with John Cordisco, with Graham, people will have disagreements with me and have different points of view. And that's fine, because we should have conversation that disagrees. No one should be absolute. There is no absolute view. That's it. Agent Black, you may want to try and reach me through Facebook and call through Facebook, and that may allow you to get through. That may be different. And also a Skype phone number. Yeah, that's another way to do it. So that gives you a couple of ways. Now, I did want to mention, I know we've covered a lot of things, and I know there's a large discussion, a large discussion that's ongoing in the chat right now about several aspects. Let me re-emphasize something that people who are new to the channel may not be aware of. 80 to 90% of all the sources that we use in our channel are credible, internationally recognized news sources. Almost all of them are left-leaning sources on every subject, almost every time. It's why I spend 8 hours a day reading the news, internationally and domestically. And we use those sources, and we provide you the links in the description of the sources that we are using, so that people can look at that and see that for themselves, to gain greater knowledge about the subjects that we are talking about, and to recognize that the conclusions we are making aren't because we're just on the right, because I'm a Republican, because I'm a conservative. It's because we believe that they are not only factual, but impacting you, and impacting you in a certain manner. And ultimately, at the end of the day, the answer is to have you be involved in the politics. Not to change your mind. I'm not trying to make you a Republican or a conservative, but I am trying to get you to be involved in the politics in your community and make sure that we hold our politicians accountable. That's the reason why we do this. Whoops. There we go. Sorry, the microphone was acting up for a second there. And that's why we do this. And that's what's important. But again, how do we do that? Not by looking at the right-leaning news media, but presenting you information from the left-leaning media so that you will ask questions. The right is questioned every day. I can go to almost 90% of all news media and social media out there is directed towards a left-leaning viewpoint. The thing is that people need to question the left as much as they question the right, and they don't. And that has been a detriment because we don't have leadership. That's why Biden has no leadership today. He has no plan. And that is negatively impacting the world, as we have discussed, both on the international side and the domestic side. It is being more divisive. It is creating more conflict. And we need to get back to asking questions and taking control of our government and having them respond to us. By the way, Agent Black, thank you for contacting us. I know it's 7 hours ahead of time in the UK. You've been with us. It's after midnight where you are, so I thank you for spending time with us today. And I know many people who watch the show overseas have different time zones, so I appreciate everyone internationally that followed the show. I know some people from Australia and India and Sweden, Switzerland, all throughout Europe that are watching the show. I appreciate each and every one of you. And that should remind me, if you're finding this to be engaging, whether it's because it's entertaining or informative, if it's causing you to think about any of the issues or you're finding enjoyment in it, hey, like, share, subscribe. I know there's some people who even just listen to the program so they can go to sleep at night because they like my voice. Fantastic. Like, share, subscribe. Whatever your reason is, even if you oppose everything that's being said, like, share, and subscribe so that we can share our voice and our opinions and views and our conclusions so that other people who might agree or who might not agree are able to express their views. It's about free speech, not whether or not the left likes it, not whether or not the internet overlords like it, not whether or not your government approves of it, because it's discussion. We all have the right to voice our opinions. That's what we believe on this channel. Now, I did want to also mention and bring up an example of why we do so much coverage, why we spend so much time covering the politics. Some people may be aware that recently in upstate New York, in Broome County, the Satanist temple was attempting to have a Satan club at an elementary school. This was at Homer Brinker Elementary School in the southern tier of New York in Endwell, New York. And this was very important because the community did not want this. The public did not want this. Parents did not want this to be presented to their children. And the school did so because they were afraid of a lawsuit based on the First Amendment. Okay, all right. I don't. What's going on? Can you guys hear me all right? Sounds like my microphone's acting up there for a second. So we don't dispute that. They have the right under the First Amendment to be able to express their points of view. But at the same time, the community has the right to express their view, to say that while it is legal, it is not wanted. And the community, I believe, has the right to say, we reject this. It is important. Now, we covered the live stream on this, as you can see. We live stream the event itself. And one of the founders of the protest against the Satanic Club was oh, God help me. I forgot his name for a second there, and I know it. Caleb Slater. Sorry, my mind went blank for a second. And Caleb Slater organized a protest. It was about 20 some odd people that were protesting this. We also had the Moms for Liberty that were involved in the protest. There was about some 20 people. It wasn't a large crowd whatsoever. But they came out to say what many in the community were saying. They rejected this idea. Now, I've heard many people say, well, you can't do that. That's abusive. That's oppressive. Let me correct that. It isn't. Now, as it wound up, the Satanic Club decided not to hold their event, and they are not in Endwell in the elementary school teaching the satanic ideology to children. I count that as a victory. Many people in the community count that as a victory. In fact, I'm unaware of people who don't count that as a victory in upstate New York. But I've also heard one person that I've heard from and said, well, that's oppressive. It's not oppressive. See, let's understand something about the First Amendment as it applies in America, which is different than when it applies in, say, the freedom of speech. It's different, and freedom of religion at that, is different in Canada, in the United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand, nations that came from the original United Kingdom, Great Britain in the 300 years ago in the past. The difference here is you have the right to express your religion. You have the right to express your opinion. That doesn't mean anyone can't have a counter view. Currently, today, many people think, well, I can't say that they don't believe in LGBTQ, that they don't believe in gender fluidity, that they don't believe that people can self-identify as a toaster. And in fact, there are people who self-identify as a toaster. That's real. That exists. There are people who identify as cats and dogs. It's real. And you have the right to not accept that. That's your freedom too. And you have the right to speak up and to vocally say you don't agree with that. You don't have the right to oppress those individuals. You don't have the right to restrict their lives. That's not a right. But you do have the right to say, I don't agree. You have the right to say that we should outlaw butter pecan ice cream. I particularly like butter pecan ice cream. But you have the right to say you hate it and that no one should have anything besides vanilla, chocolate, and strawberry. That's your right. That does not preclude me from having a different opinion and to protest your restriction. That's important. That's religion. That's political ideology. People have the right to have an opposing view. And it is okay when people have that opposing view, speak up, and they win. That's the whole point of a protest. The point of the protest, as in Endwell, was to say, we don't agree. Whether that's religious for their reasoning or political for their reasoning or any other reason, it doesn't matter. They had the right to speak up, and they were effective. They were peaceful. Nothing was destroyed. No property was damaged. No one's life was intimidated. They were as you can see in the live stream for yourself, a continuous live stream for about an hour showing every element of what happened. No one was interfered with. Not once did anyone try to stop the Satanic Club, the Satanic Temple, from holding their event. Not one person was near any entrance or exit to that school. Not once did any person or any vehicle ever get stopped. Not one child was approached or in any way. See, there is no, to say that this is something that repressed someone, well, then someone had to be interfered with. That didn't happen. What did happen is 20 people visibly spoke up while a large number of people gave their support to those people who would speak. And that wound up being thousands of people in support. And because they had the same viewpoint, because they agreed, because it was a consensus in the community, they won. And that's something we can do on any and every issue, right or left. That is the power of free speech. That is the power of being able to express yourself. The pursuit of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Not the guarantee, not the restriction, not the equity, which is absolutely restrictive and repugnant in my point of view. You have the right to express yourself. And you may win the argument sometimes, and sometimes you will lose. You're not guaranteed a win. And there was nothing that stopped the satanic cult from coming forward and to voice their opinion. There was nothing to stop the Satanic Temple from holding their event or to speak to the protesters, to share their views. Take from that event, which you can see for yourself, which was peaceful. It was rather tame. A couple of people with signs, mostly people standing together. Some of them were very religious and they prayed. Fantastic. But they had the right to do so, and that did not stop someone else from having the right to have a different opinion. We need to take that in. We need to think about that. We need less of the BLM and progressive leaders of tomorrow, the protests that burn down our cities, the protests that create autonomous zones that are, by definition, insurrectionist. We need to have the peaceful conflict of saying, I don't agree, and I don't want it here. And if enough people agree with me, that's fantastic. See, we're not a pure democracy. That's fine. No pure democracy exists in the world, and it shouldn't, because that could be bullying. But we should have the ability to say, we have a winning argument. We have a better argument. And if it happens to be a majority opinion, even better. And yes, sometimes that means certain other ideas lose. But it's a debate of the ideas. It's a debate of the consequences. It is an open and honest discussion. I've seen some pushback saying, well, no, you can't say no to the satanic cult. You have to affirm. Again, it's that word, affirm. You have to affirm other people's ideas. No, I don't. No, you don't. We don't have to blindly affirm every idea that everyone has at every second all the time. When are they going to affirm my ideas? No. We have to have a consensus. And we have to understand that we have to have a debate and to go through the conversation, understanding the consequences in full and openly, and make the best decision based on that. And sometimes I'll win, sometimes I'll lose, sometimes you'll win, sometimes you will lose. But we have to have that discussion. And more often than not, when people actually show up peacefully to present their positions intelligently, they will win. But when we see people resort to violence, when they commit acts of arson, when people are murdered, when they are intimidating people, going to places that they cannot, on private property, to confront individuals, to threaten people at their homes, at their place of work, places they go shopping, that's wrong. That's evil. That is a weakness of the argument. That's a problem that we see with Maxine Waters. When Maxine Waters was running around and demanding that people go out, as she did, and she's saying, well, you have to confront people. You have to go to their homes. You have to be more violent, more confrontational, whether people are having dinner in their homes, when they're out shopping at the stores. That is domestic terrorism. And that isn't free speech. That's intimidation. That's coercion. At the same time, going out and just saying, this is what I believe, isn't coercion. The difference is not subtle. There's a massive difference. If you don't understand that difference, look at the riots in Minneapolis, the autonomous zone in Portland, the CHAZ, as it was called, Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone. Look at the autonomous zone in Atlanta that killed an 8-year-old child. Then compare it to what you're seeing on the screen. The difference is not subtle. And we should make sure we understand that and know which one we're supporting. I'm not telling you what to support, but I am telling you that difference is important. It is critical. Okay. So I wanted to talk about the satanic cult, and I'm happy to hear anyone else's point of view about that satanic cult. But let's also talk about Biden's gun control. Hang on. So let's talk about the Biden gun control and red flag laws. It's a very big subject to me. And anyone who's been following the channel, for people who are new, seeing us for the first time, I have been covering and discussing red flag laws since 2018. After I had done 6 months of research and presented an 8,000-word report to the New York State Legislature that I submitted to them, which had over 150 credible news sources, including all studies that have been done on red flag laws at that time. I've been following this intensely, and I have spoken with many of the elected officials in New York State who supported red flag laws and why. I have spoken to the state of Connecticut and Indiana about their red flag laws and the status, and also the unintended consequences of red flag laws. And that's big, because the reality is red flag laws... Sorry, my microphone's acting up there. Red flag laws were not created to stop mass shootings. They were not created to stop school shootings. Red flag laws were created in part or primarily to address suicides. That's the key. Give me a moment, Graham. I'll answer your question in 1 second. So the red flag laws were primarily put together to deal with suicide. Red flag laws, by definition, by their purpose, are meant to target middle-aged men who have families who are suffering from depression. That's why almost everyone who is flagged, 80% of the people who get flagged by red flag laws are 35 to 45 years old and happen to be married. And even putting aside the studies done by Duke University, by Indiana, the University of Indiana, setting aside all the results we have seen from the state of Connecticut since 1999, what do we know about red flag laws? They're abusive. They're ineffective. Red flag laws do not stop mass shootings, school shootings, or gun violence. They have never stopped any of these things. And the result, and the way I can prove that is, look at the violent crimes throughout. All the gun-related crimes, all the gun-related deaths in America since 1999. They have not been affected by red flag laws, nor will they ever. Red flag laws are a reaction, not a prevention. In addition, red flag laws consistently in all 19 states and Washington, D.C. have been used, at least in part, as an abuse of power. They have been used to punish people that have a political ideology, whether that's supporting the Second Amendment or being conservative or Republicans, or they are just not liked in their communities. And that is well within the structure of red flag laws. There is none, not one state has red flag laws that I'm aware of that actually punishes someone for putting in a false statement, for incorrectly identifying someone as a danger to themselves and or the community. Because if you had that, red flag laws wouldn't function the way they do. They can't. There is no proof. There is no justification. Even worse, red flag laws, by their definition, they punish someone without the commission of a crime. It is one of the few, pretty much the only law that exists in America that says without any cause, without any reason, you will be restricted in your rights and your freedoms. You will lose your right to privacy, your right to property. You will lose your right to the Second Amendment, to the 15th and 14th Amendments. You have been stripped of your rights. You violate the 8th Amendment. You have not committed a crime, and you are being punished, both socially amongst your peers and also legally by the state, whether it's the local state or federal government. They are oppressing you and punishing you, and you never need to commit a crime. Nor do you have anyone defending you. The fact is, with red flag laws, there is no one there to protect you. You don't get to defend yourself. Someone makes an accusation. That accusation results in a warrant and a loss of your property. And then, only after the punishment has been dealt to you, do you ever get the opportunity to defend yourself and protect yourself. Only then. That's criminal. That is a violation of your rights and freedom, your right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, as well as pretty much every amendment that exists. Now, you may disagree with that, but empirically, this is not an opinion. This is not an idea. This is factual. The data all supports everything I have concluded. It also supports the unintended consequence of red flag laws that most people are not aware of. One of the unintended consequences, besides people using this abusively to punish people for having an ideology that is different than another person, the other thing that happens, red flag laws break up families. Something that no one has really thought about, and I have confirmed with over a dozen lawyers in multiple states and with actual lawmakers in New York State who actually voted for the red flag laws. Every single one of them confirm that in every state there is a child protective services, some means of the state to protect children. If you have lost your right to the Second Amendment, and your property must be taken by force. Your Second Amendment rights must be stripped away from you because you are considered a danger to yourself and others. You are therefore, by definition, a danger to your children in that household. And therefore, your children must, by state law, be taken from that household. This is true in every single state that has passed a red flag law. And in every single state, and under every version of the red flag laws that exist, including the options promoted by the federal government and Congress and Joe Biden's executive order, that requires that you must take children away from their parents because they are too much of a danger. No one likes to talk about that. No politician will volunteer that, but every politician and every lawyer you can ask about this being a direct consequence of red flag laws will tell you it is correct. It is legally the next step. But no one wants to talk about that. The news media won't publish that. And yet it happens. And that information is hidden. You can ask every one of the 19 states that have passed red flag laws, which I have done. Not one of them will tell you how many children have been removed from their families because of red flag laws. None of them will deny that it has happened. Not one state denies that children have been taken from their family because of the red flag laws due to the requirements of child protective services in each and every state. None of them will tell you that hasn't happened, but they won't tell you the number of times that it has happened. I have asked. I've asked Connecticut, I've asked Indiana, I've asked New York State, and their answer in every single state is that's private information, that is restricted information, and it is not collected to protect the children, which makes it really convenient. Now, to answer your question, Graham, you can find that if you go to No Soundbites Allowed on YouTube and you type in red flag laws, you will see that I have several speeches that I have done covering red flag laws. In addition, and I need to look this up, in addition, I have a website where I have published the entire, typed the wrong place. You have to go to the Wayback Machine. I used to own a website until last year due to lack of finances. And I lost my website. Give me a second. And I believe we can find it. Where's the Wayback Machine? I'm trying to look it up for you, of a link directly to it. Come on, give me the Wayback Machine. I'm going to bring this up for you guys. Okay, that's not it. I know I have it. Extreme risk red flag laws. Come on. I'm going to pull that up, and I will have the link in the description for the 8,000-page document that I wrote and submitted to New York State. I have to go and pull it from the Wayback Machine. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up and why I think it's important to understand, one, the history of red flag laws, and understanding that there is not one instance where we have ever seen red flag laws stop mass shootings, stopping school shootings, stopping gun violence. Let me first mention, you notice that there has been no politician ever, who has ever cited a single study, a single example where the red flag laws have prevented crime. Not once. They've been around since 1999, and not once has any politician ever cited an article, an instance, or a study that shows that red flag laws work. And they have avoided the few studies, there's about 3 that have been done, that show that red flag laws have no impact on suicides or gun control. But that doesn't stop people like Joe Biden in issuing an executive order, something that cannot pass in Congress. Red flag laws have been in Congress for years. They never pass. Why? Because they don't work. And that's why on March 14th, Joe Biden said he's going to use red flag laws by executive order. He's circumventing Congress to take away the rights of American citizens. Now, skipping the gobbledygook about him saying how wonderful he is and how this is a great idea. Skip all that. What does the executive order actually say? It's increasing background checks. Fantastic. That's not the problem. Background checks, the problem with background checks is that the federal government isn't doing anything about them. There is a multi-year backlog of background checks that the FBI has never investigated, where someone is popped and they still were able to get a gun because the FBI and the federal government never did anything about the background check. That is a fact. We've seen that happen in several mass shootings, in several gun violence cases, where it's found that the individual had a background check, they had a problem, and they were given the gun legally because the government did nothing about that background check. You can make as deep a background check as you want, but if there is no follow-up, then it doesn't matter. It doesn't achieve anything just having the law or having background checks. And that is a fact. That isn't a question. It's not a guess. It's a fact. In addition, and I don't have a problem with addressing the loss of firearms or during shipping. Because, again, that's not the primary reason why we have gun violence in America. It's not even close. It's barely a factor at all. But realistically, fantastic. Again, the same problem. It's about the execution of the FBI, the ATF, to follow this up. They are not following through about the law that they have already in place because it's already a problem about loss or theft. Those are already crimes. So they're not doing anything. So again, Joe Biden hasn't provided anything new to the public. I'm going to get to red flag laws in a second, but I want you to understand his executive order does nothing. It is not effective. It is not presenting anything new to the public. Going on, he wants to hold the gun industry accountable, except they're not accountable for what you do with a firearm. Just like knife makers, companies that make steak knives are not accountable if you use a steak knife to stab someone. If you happen to be a car maker, you're not held accountable when people like Dante Brooks goes out and uses his vehicle to run over people at a parade. That's not their fault. How someone uses the weapon has nothing to do with whether or not it was made. So he's not being effective or honest here either in terms of holding the gun industry responsible. It's not their fault. It's the people who criminally or in a deranged manner use those firearms. That's not the gun maker's fault. So he goes on to say, and the part that I think is very, very important is you may remember the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. We have covered this on this channel before, and you can look it up, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, and you'll see that we've had several videos on that. And in discussing the Safer Communities Act, this is important to understand. The Bipartisan Safer Communities Act only does one thing. It is there for one thing and one thing alone, to create an incentive for states to pass red flag laws and to put American citizens on red flag actions. It literally pays the state for passing the red flag law, and it pays the state for taking you and having a red flag action, taking away your Second Amendment right without committing a crime. That is a fact. That is exactly what the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act does. It is using your tax dollars to pay states to take away your Second Amendment rights. That's all it does. That is exactly what its purpose is. It is giving states an incentive, a monetary reason to punish you without you breaking a law. And I think that's criminal and that's unconstitutional. That is wrong. And what Biden is doing with his executive order from March 14th is saying that he is going to increase the incentive for states to pass red flag laws and to punish their citizens for monetary gain. That's the same way that back in the 1930s in Germany, children were incentivized to turn in their parents because they didn't follow the National Socialist government. They were given incentives, money, candy, appreciation. They were given incentives to turn in their own parents, wrongfully in many cases. The same thing is existing here. The government is paying for someone. If you have a state, they have red flag laws, and they have no reason. No one has broken the law, and so they don't put anyone on the list. They lose money. They get, quote unquote, free money for putting your name on the list. Even though you didn't break a law, even though you eventually might be able to go to court and prove you're no more dangerous than anyone else. You are no danger to yourself or your community, and you do not get anything back for that. You prove yourself innocent, and guess what you get? Nothing. You don't get your firearms back. You don't get your reputation back. You don't get your job back. You get nothing. You're still demonized by the newspapers. You're still demonized in your community. You get nothing back. This is what Joe Biden wants to emphasize. This is what he is going to be pushing through his executive order. Which brings me back to what is his main point of the executive order? The second item: improve public awareness and increase appropriate use of extreme risk protection orders, otherwise known as red flags, and safe storage. Here's the problem with this and why this is unconstitutional. First of all, safe storage doesn't prevent crime. Period. That's a fact. There is having the safe storage of your firearm does not prevent or cause any crimes. Second problem with that, safe storage requires that you lose your Fourth Amendment right. You lose your right to privacy because the government must be able to come to your home, to your property, to evaluate whether or not any of your property is safely stored. That is the only way beforehand that they are able to find out whether or not you broke the law. So it doesn't prevent any crime because as long as the government can't walk into your home on any given day to check out how you have stored your firearms, until they get that power, God forbid they ever get that power, until they get that power, there is no way for them to know whether or not you store your firearms safely. It is only after the fact. Only if a crime actually occurs can the government come into your home and then at the scene of the crime, in that investigation, find out whether or not you had safe storage. It is an after effect. It is a punishment after the fact, after a crime has already been committed. And if they try and make it anything other than after the fact, then you're being punished. Then that is a crime against you. Again, you didn't break any law until they walked into your house and said, we now have a problem. Another problem with the executive order by Joe Biden. They are increasing the red flag laws, which again, I have said, and I say this to anyone who opposes the Second Amendment, anyone who supports red flag laws. I have looked at every study that has ever been made about red flag laws. I have read the red flag laws of all 19 states and Washington, D.C. There is no evidence that they have ever prevented any crime at any time, period. Why are we doing this? They have not stopped suicide in any state at any time since their creation. Why are we doing it? It sounds good. I understand. Joe Biden says, you're going to be safe. It sounds great. You're terrified. You are afraid of a mass shooting. You are afraid of a school shooting. You are afraid of guns. Fantastic. This doesn't make you any safer. This doesn't prevent a criminal or someone who is crazed from using a firearm to harm you. It does not in any way make you safe. It hurts law-abiding citizens, but it doesn't stop criminals. Besides the fact that criminals don't register their firearms. So there's the problem. Criminals, by and large, don't use licensed firearms. So you're not stopping that crime, and crazy people don't care about the law. And think about it. Since 1999, we've had red flag laws as well as other laws. In New York State, since 2019, we've had red flag laws. Has that stopped gun crime? Has that stopped gun violence? Has that reduced murders? The answer, unequivocally, unquestionably, empirically, is no. It hasn't stopped any of it. It hasn't reduced any of it. Suicides are up, not down. There are thousands of people, well over 1,400 Americans in New York State alone, well over 5,000 individuals in the state of Connecticut alone that have had restrictions. Hundreds of people in Florida, in most states, have had red flag laws acted against them. That hasn't stopped crime in any single state, in any single community. Not once. They leave that out when they have these discussions with you. They don't tell you that. Red flag laws don't work. And that's why I'm against the executive order. It is an overreach of power by the government against you. It is abuse of power, and it is meant to punish you for exercising your Second Amendment rights. It is meant to harm women and the poor, the people who need protection the most. And I'm willing to hear anyone who has an argument against me. Now let me go through the comments to see what people have said now that I've explained this. And again, I have to go to the Wayback Machine to get you the link, which will be in the description. I'll put it at the top of the description so people will be able to read my document on the red flag laws, which is published. So, Dow mentions that red flag laws were passed under the pretext of mental health and safety, but its function was an open abuse of a systemic legal framework that violates the rights of citizens, violating the liberty of an individual, which I agree with. That is absolutely correct. Graham mentions to protect our soft target institutions in public places, schools, hospitals, gathering places, etc., it has always seemed to me that the best solution was to hire more security. In fact, Graham, that is the answer. To go to your point, the Parkland school system, after the Parkland shooting, looked through, they'd spent a year investigating both the shooting and the ways to protect the school students in Parkland, Florida, from a future school mass shooting. And what was their answer? More security. That was their answer. They need more armed security in the schools. Depending on the size of the school, is a multiple of how many numbers of security they need that are armed on every campus at every school, from elementary all the way through high school. That's how they would make people safe. That is their conclusion, and it wasn't putting up another gun-free zone sign. It wasn't saying, well, you don't have a right to have a gun. It was they have to have armed security in place. That's how they protect children. And that's the answer everywhere. Graham mentions, we have such a great military. Why do we have veterans suffering from PTSD, depression, who are suffering from homelessness and living on the street? Because it's not a priority. Quite honestly, it's not a priority. They're more concerned about punishing law-abiding citizens than they are about taking care of the homeless. Put it another way, we spent $200 million to try and convince Pakistan that they should be California. How many people, veterans, how many people who are suffering from mental diseases, how many children who are hungry could be fed and helped with $200 million? Think of it another way. we spent $113 billion giving weapons and money to the Ukraine. We could have solved all of the homeless problem. We could have solved all of homelessness. We could have fed every single hungry child in America with that money. That is more than enough to handle both of those issues and still have money left over. But instead, we gave the money we had to print the money and then spent it on Ukraine rather than taking care of homeless people or children in America. Because that isn't the priority, the political emphasis, because fear is more important. Because fear equals people obeying the government. Because the government promises this time they're going to protect you. That the fact that we have 22,000 gun control laws in America at the local, state, and federal level, there's 22,000 laws. And they think adding one more law is somehow going to change criminals or the deranged. It's a stupid idea. Graham, I used to answer your question about having all of my writings, I've written over 2,300 articles over the last 17 years. I did have a place where all of them were found. It was my website. But websites are expensive. I am poor. I'm impoverished, actually. And so I don't have the money. I couldn't maintain the website. I kept the website up for 17 years. But as you can see, I don't have ads. I don't have sponsors. And occasionally people are able to make donations to the channel. And we kept the website up for 17 years. And I ran out of money. So that's why the website's down. Let me continue with some of the comments. Dal mentions that plenty of non-military do respect soldiers, but political media often use the lower enlisted as political punching bags and hold a disdain for those they deem trained killers of the government when expedient. And the problem is, you're right. Think of it. They always like to say, well, if you're military, you're some kind of killer, you're some vicious criminal. It's not realistic. In fact, they tend to be people who are more protective than anyone else. Graham asked me a question. Should gun manufacturers be required by law to sell their firearms with fitted safe storage devices, similar to how we require car makers to equip their vehicles with seatbelts? No. There's a big difference here. One, how do you know that your safety device is effective for every person? You don't. And how do you know, or why should that person have a restriction that's arbitrarily made by government? Anyone can make a firearm safe. There are many ways to do that. And you can buy devices that would further amplify that safety. But if you've been trained on how to properly use a firearm, you don't need anything else. It literally is as simple as separating the ammunition from the firearm and not having them in the same place and space, or to properly lock up that firearm and restrict its access to children. It doesn't take a lot. You don't need additional regulations. And more importantly, that's adding another barrier to firearm ownership. You're increasing the cost. Besides as an example, New York State, it costs $800 to apply for a gun license, which you may be denied. So it's prohibitive in terms of cost. And now they want to put in new laws that require you to go through a government-sponsored training and to pass a psychological test. Yes, this is actually the legislation they're trying to pass, that you have to go through psych evaluations that you have to pay for yourself, that you have to go through training that you have to pay for yourself, as well as paying for all the paperwork and the processing of your fingerprints. The cost is astronomical. People can't afford that. And that is a way to deny them the opportunity to protect themselves. It is a means to punish the poor and to make it exclusive so that only people who can afford all the hurdles that could ever get a firearm. It is de facto a restriction, a punishment for being poor. So I don't agree with having a mandated safety storage built in. This isn't a car. It's a vehicle. It's a firearm. You don't need some additional device to make it safe. You need training, and you need to be responsible for your firearm. That will make it safe. You don't need more than that. Let me go on. Graham mentions that, admittedly, I'm afraid of irresponsible gun ownership. I'm afraid of young, unaware children stumbling upon a lethal weapon and tragedy not being prevented in time. Here's the thing, Graham, and I've heard that argument before. It is minuscule, and of course, every life is valuable. That's given. But we're talking about the government, we're talking about the numbers, we're talking about empirical data. It is rare if a child actually winds up using a firearm to injure themselves or others. It is extremely rare. It is virtually non-existent in terms of the numbers of children and firearms. There are 165 million gun owners in America. There are some 300 to 400 million firearms in America and have been existing in those numbers for decades, easily half a century. The number of guns versus the number of gun owners has always been in excess of the entire population of the United States for the history of the United States. So it's not that guns are an imminent danger to children, because responsible gun owners restrict the access to children, and children normally can't access it, which is why these are extremely rare. We're talking about a couple of hundred children a year that may get access to that. There are more children run over by cars, more children accidentally poisoned than are harmed by firearms, self-inflicted damage, playing with guns or such. There's more children who die from poisoning and choking than die from firearms. That's true. So that's not really a significant concern. That's already being addressed. That number will never be zero, but that number isn't significant. Most of the crime that occurs, most of the violence with guns are by gangs, suicide. That's it. Overwhelmingly, about 3/4 of all deaths due to firearms are either because of suicide, which is fully 50 or more percent every year, or by gangs, which is another roughly 15 to 25% of all murders with firearms. It's either gangs, which is also drug related, or it's suicide. So the problem are criminals and criminal activity, as well as suicide. Neither of those are resolved by any of the gun control laws, especially red flag laws. So I'm still looking through some of the comments there, and I thank you for the questions. These are important questions. Again, the most effective safety precaution for firearms is training. It is not red flag laws that are ineffective, inefficient, and easily abused, that also result in unwanted consequences. It isn't putting on safety devices. It's having a responsible, well-trained gun owner. That is the first and biggest hurdle to accidental firearm usage or children having harm. We all want to protect children. They are. We don't have 10,000 children shooting themselves accidentally every year. That doesn't happen. It isn't a leading cause of death among children. That's not real. Gang violence is. Intentional use of firearms is. And that's what we have to address. But that isn't resolved by executive orders or gun control as it exists today. We know that's not the case because you can go back all the way to 1947 and you can see that mass shootings have occurred The first mass shooting was in New Jersey in 1947, and they have never stopped since. Gun control doesn't work. So, again, and I know, again, the argument is, but if we just build in safety features, again, what you're doing is you're increasing the barrier for people to be able to have firearms and to use them safely. You're just increasing it. Many people will have to choose between, after having the exorbitant expense of going through the process to get a license to get a firearm, like in New York, New Jersey, California, Illinois. It's exorbitantly expensive. It costs more to get the license than it does to get the most firearms. Most firearms cost between $200 and $800. It costs about $800 just to get the license. And that's under the current restrictions, which many of these states are looking to increase, which means the cost is going to be more. So you're looking at, very often, double to triple the cost of the actual firearm you would get to defend yourself and to protect yourself. Is going to be, the cost of the license is 2 to 3 times more. And many of the states are putting in these licenses that you have to renew them, which means an increased and recurring cost. Plus, you have states like California that want to put in insurance restrictions on top of the gun ownership, which means you have an additional cost every year recurring. And all of that isn't meant to stop crime. Because again, suicide and gangs are the 2 leading causes of gun violence in America. So gangs don't care if you have insurance. Gangs don't care if you have safe storage. Gangs don't care if you're trained or not. And suicides aren't solved by any of these things. So again, you're just punishing people and preventing them from being able to exercise their Second Amendment rights because someone else doesn't like a gun. Because the government doesn't want you to defend yourself. That's not fair. That's not equitable. That's not an exchange of my rights for someone's safety, because no one is made more safe. And again, all the data from the FBI, from any state that you would like to look to, and all the data on every study on red flag laws proves you're not safer because they have these laws. It doesn't help you. Ever. Not from suicide, not from gangs, not from criminals, not from the deranged and crazy. It does not make you safer. It has never made you safer. Otherwise, if there was even one study that showed it ever was effective, you would be hearing every Democrat and every anti-Second Amendment advocate using that as their justification. They would be plastering that across the news every time there's any kind of gun event in the nation. They'd be saying, see, and here's the study that proves we could have made it safer. Here's the evidence that this would have been prevented. They'd be telling you that every day, and they'd have the data to back it up. Instead, they tell you, we feel like you will be safe. We have a feeling that it could impact gun control, gun violence. We have a feeling that it could affect suicides. We feel better if we have these gun control laws and take away your Second Amendment rights. They have a feeling. They don't have any facts. They don't have any data. They don't have any evidence historically that it has ever actually worked. And guess what? They've always been wrong. They have always been wrong. And now we have Joe Biden using executive orders to do something that the Congress can't do. The reason why Congress cannot pass a red flag law, including when it's been offered by Republicans like Senator Marco Rubio has tried to pass one several times, which I disagree with and I do not support. But even in his bill, it can't get passed. Why? Because the public reject it. Because the public have recognized, gun owners, 165 million people have recognized that that's not a solution, it's a problem. If guns were so deadly, if the problem were guns or gun owners, there would be 165 million murders in America. That's not the case. It's not even close. There's more people who die because of car accidents than from actual gun violence every year. Every year. Even in 2020 and 2021, where we had spikes in every state, in almost every major city, where because Antifa was rioting and making autonomous zones, and even then, car accidents were more deadly than gun violence. I'm admitting, even when you include suicides, car accidents are more deadly than gun violence. Even more so if you take out suicides. Did you know that, remember, what's one of the biggest things they want to get rid of? Rifles. They call them assault weapons. Rifles. They mean rifles. Any semi-automatic rifle is, according to the left, according to anti-Second Amendment advocates, that's an assault weapon, which is stupid. That's, again, they changed definitions. They created a word in 1986 in California. They created a term, and then they created a definition for that term. It's not accurate. It's not realistic. An assault weapon is a machine gun, of which there are 735,000 of them in America, and they're all licensed. And no one has died from a machine gun in America. There's been four times since 1936 that 1936 that Americans have died because of machine gun. That's it, 4. That's not a problem. So assault weapons aren't a problem. Rifles aren't a problem. And in fact, you are 4 times more likely and 4 times more real, empirically, 4 times more people die from knives than they do from rifles. 2.5 times more deadly are hands. Using your bare hand or a brick is more deadly, 2.5 times more deadly than rifles in any year, in every year for the last 50 years. They don't like to mention that. That's the reality. That's the fact. But yet we are hearing people who are telling us that Joe Biden, even though he passed this executive order, and MSNBC is telling the American people that they have to punish law enforcement for not following an unconstitutional law. It is unconstitutional. And because sheriffs recognize that this is not a lawful order, that Joe Biden neither has the right to do this, and it is abuse of the Second Amendment and many amendments, that they will not follow it. MSNBC is telling people that you must do so or else. And by the way, the guy who wrote this article on MSNBC, Frank Figliuzzi, who is an MSNBC columnist, guess what? If you look all the way at the end of his article telling us why you must obey Biden, why you must obey Democratic gun laws, Frank Figliuzzi is a 25-year veteran of the FBI dealing in counterintelligence. His job is to put out propaganda. For 25 years under the FBI, he put out propaganda and misinformed people for a living. He now works for NBC, and he's the guy who's saying that you have to obey the law. This is an FBI 25-year veteran doing counterintelligence, manipulating people's emotions, using propaganda. That's his job. That was his job in the FBI. And here he is saying, you have to obey Joe Biden's executive order. Doesn't that give you a pause? Doesn't that make you say, gee, something doesn't seem right here? That the mainstream media is taking a position. That position is against the American people. That position is being provided by former members of the government whose specific job is to manipulate the public, to manipulate groups of people. Does that make you feel more confident about Joe Biden's executive orders or less? Because it makes me feel a lot less confident. I think it says a lot. Oh, wow. We have covered a lot of ground today. We've had a lot of calls. We've had a lot of comments. I'm very happy about that. I noticed the guy, Mike, who's making all these comments, who was trying to say that he didn't like the fact that we use sources like MSNBC or the White House for having the conversation with you, the public. Somehow he thinks that the White House, in his comments, he was saying that somehow using MSNBC and the White House was somehow right-leaning. That's amazing to me. He somehow disappeared. As I told you, we were going to talk about gun control, one of his concerns. And I'm going to the left. I'm going to the government itself to address the issue. And yet he's silent. Why do they always go silent when we actually deal with and show the evidence of what we're talking about? And it's not new. Again, if you go to No Soundbites Allowed on YouTube or on Rumble, if you search for red flag laws, if you search, I have a whole section on YouTube on just the Second Amendment, on videos that we have done focusing on just the Second Amendment. I have several speeches that I have done just on the Second Amendment, where I show links and I link to all the government data, all the studies of everything that I've been talking about. I do this at least once to twice a year, every year, specifically talking about gun control in America and how it has failed the American people for easily the 5 decades I've been alive and beyond. It is objectively a lie. It is meant to make you feel good. It is an emotional manipulation, a temporary emotional manipulation to make you feel good tonight, but not substantively actually provide you any element of safety. At the same time, it elevates the government and gives them more and more power. That is a problem. There is no equitable trade. There is no give and take here. It's the government taking and taking and taking, and you get nothing for it. Be an entirely different argument if you could ever show me any form of gun control that has worked over the last 50 years that has made people safer. There is no evidence of that. None. And I damn Maxine Waters or Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, Adam Schiff, come on down. Let's have the discussion. I will present my evidence from the United States government versus any evidence they want to present. And we can have a discussion. Any and all of them together, I will take them on any day using just the government data to prove my point versus anything they can present, because there is no evidence that they have that proves wrong. They have no evidence. There is none. They just have feelings. And you know what? When it comes to someone's life, feelings aren't enough. Feelings aren't a justification. Feelings aren't going to make you safe. But we have covered a lot of ground today. We have talked about a lot of issues, and I love it. I've been talking for 5.5 hours, and my voice is starting to go now. But by the way, on my birthday, April 6th, I will be doing a non-stop live stream. Last year I did it, and I was speaking for 12 hours non-stop, discussing every issue, every question anyone might have. I expect on April 6th this year, I will be going on live, and I expect that I will be doing an additional at least 12 hours, if not more. So I look forward to doing that, and I hope everyone will enjoy that, talking about all the issues and all your questions. But today I've gone 5.5 hours, and my voice is going. So I think we're going to end about here. I will have the link for the gun control, the red flag laws, in the description shortly. Please look for it. I'll put it at the top of the list of all the links, so you'll be able to see it there. It'll be through the Wayback Machine, but it'll give you access to it. And please, if you've made it this far, if you see this, someone shares it with you, see this section, please like, share, subscribe, share it with other individuals. I look forward to hearing your comments, seeing your comments, and I hope that next Sunday we'll have more people who will have access to even more information. I want to thank everyone for spending the time with us. And, oh, wait a minute. Graham says April 4th is the vote in Wisconsin for the state Supreme Court seat. So you might be able to talk about that. Yeah, I probably will. So, folks, I want you to be well, be safe. Thank you for being my audience every Sunday. And we will be back here next Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Remember, tomorrow, Monday, the 20th, I will be speaking, and there will be a live stream of this, but I will be speaking live at the American Legion Post 80 in Binghamton, 76 Main Street, starting at 7 p.m., giving a speech about the potential of a second civil war and 3 global regional wars. I look forward to seeing you all then. And until then, I want everyone to be well.